Another great offering from Agatha Christie as the Hollow runs September 30th through October 3rd and October 8th through 10th. For tickets, call 665-4711 or message through Facebook. Nothing warms you up more than home-cooked meals with meat from the Meat Lodge. Fresh chuck roast, $6.29 per pound. Fully cooked rotisserie chicken, $8.99 for 2.5 pounds. Big sale on all cuts of lamb. So if you want to satisfy your meat tooth, come to the Meat Lodge.
Hey golfers, don't let the winter stop your sweet swing. Join the two-person winter simulated golf league at Classics Bar in Beersford. The season starts soon, so get your partner and sign up today. Hey, by the way, every second Saturday of the month, Classics is having a high-low dart tournament. Starts at 4 with karaoke to follow. Finally, get ready for the Halloween costume party at Classics on October 29th, featuring the Last Call Band. Hey, the fun is just beginning at Classics Bar, downtown Beersford.
Your local John Deere dealer in Yankton, a C&B operation. During this busy harvest season, everyone at C&B Operations wishes you a crop buster year. If you have a breakdown or need parts, give them a call. And please be safe during harvest. C&B Operations, your John Deere dealer in Yankton.
The Road Warriors are finally back home as Vermillion returns to the Dome for the first time in a month. And with them comes a top 5 ranking in Class 11A. But waiting for them are the Trojans of West Central, who are looking to topple the Tanagers at home. It's time for the pregame show tonight. Number 3, West Central versus number 4, Vermillion. Welcome to the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show on ESPN 1015 AM 1570 KVTK.com along with Vermillion streaming. Boy, oh boy, does it feel good to be back home once again inside the Dakota Dome, especially when the weather is starting to turn to cooler conditions. Even though this Friday has been another beautiful day, it just feels nice to be back at home after the Tanagers opened up their season with 5 of their first 6 games on the road. And now to wrap up this regular season, the Tanagers are at home for their next 3 games, including taking on tonight's opponent, the West Central Trojans, next week Tri-Valley, and to close out the season against Dakota Valley on a Thursday night game. Welcome inside the Dome as well, and this is no easy task for the Vermillion Tanagers tonight. A lot of hype after consecutive upsets, taking down number 5 Lennox, and last week number 3 Del Rapids has the Tanagers ranked inside the top 5 in Class 11A for the first time in a very long time. And it's good to be back home as a lot of hype is going into this game, but the task is no easy one, as tonight, in fact, the Tanagers are looking for another upset. West Central comes into tonight's game ranked number 3 in Class 11A, taking the spot of the Del Rapids Couriers. Now, West Central is also looking for a bounce-back game after they lost last week to the top-ranked Canton 6-0. Yes, just 1 touchdown was scored in that game, and the Trojans know they have a great offense. It's also a battle between 2 coaches that are coaching their respective teams for the first time this season. Of course, Coach O'Boyle, but also Coach Hernandez takes over West Central and has changed up their offensive scheme as well from what we saw a year ago. It's no doubt this is going to be an exciting game and definitely going to come down to the fourth quarter and who can win that battle. Coming up here on the pregame show, we'll catch up with both coaches, Coach Hernandez of West Central and Coach Tom O'Boyle. Plus, we'll take a look more at this matchup and also talk about the injuries that continue to plague the Vermillion Tanagers. We'll also have a look at last week's highlights, including that thrilling victory in Del Rapids and how Vermillion needs to respond this week. We'll have our Larry's Heating and Cooling segment. We'll also get to those lineups just before kickoff, as again, it's great to be back inside the Dakota Dome on a Friday night. Plenty more coming up here on the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show. I'm your host, Heath Nimke, and we're going to pause as you have yourself tuned into number 3 West Central versus number 4 Vermillion Tanagers, the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, KVTK.com, and Vermillion Streaming. Plenty to come up here on the pregame show this evening. We're taking a timeout, and we'll be right back.
So what do you see in your future? Buying the perfect home with a big oak tree? Watching your child graduate from college? Or finding more time for hobbies during your retirement? Whatever your future holds, make sure you talk with the Farm Bureau Financial Services agent. Together, we'll create a plan that's right for you.
Call Farm Bureau agent Debbie Profrock in Vermillion at 605-624-3011.
It's your future. Let's protect it.
Welcome back inside the Dakota Dome as we get you set for another Friday night of football. 2 ranked teams in tonight's action. The Vermillion Tanagers ranked number 4 in Class 11A this week, taking on West Central, who is ranked number 3. Again, Vermillion took down number 3 last week on the road, Del Rapids Couriers, and a great battle, 33-28, which saw the Vermillion Tanagers have a huge lead going into the fourth quarter before Del Rapids mounted a comeback and even had a chance at the end to win the football game, but the Vermillion defense stood strong and won their second consecutive game in a row for this season and find themselves again at 4-2 and ranked number 4 in Class 11A. The only 2 other teams the Tanagers have lost to are ranked number 1 and number 2, including Madison here in the Dome, and the number 2 team, the Canton Seahawks, who they lost to earlier this season. Coming up here on the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show, we'll catch up with head coach Tom O'Boyle and talk about the heart of this team and the grit of this team to get the victory last week and what he expects for the end of the season as the next 3 games are here at the friendly confines inside the Dakota Dome. But right now, let's relive all the excitement and the highlights from last week's great victory for the Vermillion Tanagers as again they beat the Del Rapids Couriers 33-28, and if you missed out, here we go. Buckle up. It was an exciting ride. The Vermillion Tanagers took the football first against the Del Rapids Couriers, and on the first drive, they went absolutely nowhere. Actually, take that back. They went 2 yards, 3 and out, and they would have to punt it to Del Rapids. Del Rapids was not able to move the football much down the field either. They'd have to give it right back to Vermillion Tanagers. And on the Tanagers' second drive, well, things went from bad to worse, as it was a pick 6 for the Del Rapids Couriers.
2nd down and 10, 9-14 first quarter. Hurts, shotgun formation, standing at the 10-yard line. Twins to the near side. It's a helmet high snap, pulls it down. Pump fakes once, and now throw it over. It's going to be picked off and returning it back for a touchdown. A pick 6 for the Del Rapids Couriers. Will Jayton, the junior linebacker, there on the pick 6, and Del Rapids is on the scoreboard first. They lead it 6-0 over the Vermillion Tanagers.
Tackle on the extra point made it 7-0. And in this game against the Del Rapids Couriers, we saw Ty Hertz get the start. And after the first 2 drives, Tom O'Boyle had seen enough from his second-string quarterback and decided to make a move. Put back the original starting quarterback, Jack Kratz. Well, that really didn't work out so well either. On the very first play of the third possession, Jack Kratz would fumble the football and give it right back to the Del Rapids Couriers. Now, the Couriers, on a couple of penalties, moved backwards and faced a situation of 3rd down and 29. Were able to pick up 15 yards, attempt a field goal, but it was blocked at the line of scrimmage. No good. The score was still 7-0 over halfway through the first quarter. And on the 4th offensive possession for the Vermillion Tanagers, things finally started to get going in the running game with Jack Kratz and Jeremy Crow as they found space right up the middle. And they moved it down the football field quickly and got into the red zone. And by the end of it, Jack Kratz was able to finish off the drive following his running back.
Kratz will not go underneath center. He will go shotgun formation. Crow to his left side. He's going to keep himself. Follow Crow up the middle. Touchdown, Jack Kratz.
The extra point was added, and at the 3:24 mark in the first quarter, we were tied at 7 apiece. Del Rapids would get the football back, go 3 and out, and give it right back to the Vermillion Tanagers. And a couple of plays was all it took for Vermillion to get on the scoreboard late in the first quarter.
Back to pass now is Kratz. Pump fakes one. Now he's going to go over. Sheffield caught at the 35, and Sheffield breaks the tackle. Goodbye. To the 20, to the 10. Vermillion takes the lead. Sheffield with a big touchdown of 86 yards. And Vermillion takes the lead over the Del Rapids Couriers.
Yes, that's right. An 86-yard touchdown pass from Jack Kratz to Makai Sheffield. And Vermillion added the extra point at the end of the first quarter, and it was 14-7. And it felt maybe a little bit like an upset as Vermillion had momentum going their way. However, Del Rapids would quickly capture that momentum right back in the second quarter as they finally got their offense clicking, and a team that would really like to run the football with their double wing set found the passing game going, and a combination of a duo struck for the first time on the evening.
Double wing, one wide receiver split to the numbers on the far side. Henry underneath center. Drop back to pass. He slips for a moment, now throws it over the middle, finds Rusick at the 20, slips by one tackler. Rusick up the middle, touchdown, Del Rapids.
Get ready for that kind of play call a couple more times coming up here during our highlight segment. We continue to roll on, both teams trading punches as it was 14-14 going late into the first half. Now, Del Rapids would have a chance to take back the lead, but a turnover on downs gave Vermillion the football back with just over 90 seconds remaining in the first half. Now, a couple of plays went absolutely nowhere, and a used timeout by the Del Rapids Couriers thought they might just get the football back. And on 3rd down and 8, Jack Kratz was content with just running the football up the middle until he sprang free for 27 yards, getting it down to the 50-yard line and being pushed out with 13 seconds remaining before halftime. So Vermillion thought, you know what? Might as well take a shot. And the shot, well, it worked.
Two wide receivers split to the far side. Sheffield alone with the numbers linear. Kratz back to pass. He's going to look down the far side. And it's going to be caught by Sheffield. Sheffield to the 10. Vermillion strikes right before halftime. Oh, my goodness. 2 receiving touchdowns from Sheffield. And Vermillion is back in front with 13 seconds remaining. 50-yard touchdown pass.
The Tanagers went from being content going into halftime at 14 apiece to missing an extra point, but leading at halftime against Del Rapids 20-14. And again, we refer back to the end of the first quarter. It felt like an upset might just be looming in Del Rapids. Now go to the second half. Vermillion Tanagers once again on top, 20-14. Del Rapids would get the second half kickoff, get a little bit of breathing room, but it was on the very first play of the second half that Del Rapids would fumble the football and give it back to the Vermillion Tanagers. And the Tanagers set up camp in pretty good territory at the 34-yard line. In 2 plays, 1 rush of 33 yards, Jack Kratz was spun down at the 1. But the second time, he left no doubt of getting in.
Here come the Tanagers. They break the huddle. 2 wide receivers. Robinson along with Larson to the near side. Sheffield alone at the pylon. Kratz, shotgun formation. Crow, the running back to his right side. Kratz will keep it right up the middle. Touchdown this time. He leaves no doubt. Vermillion extends their lead.
Now Vermillion this time would attempt the 2-point conversion, trying to make it a 14-point game, but they would be unsuccessful. So the score was 26-14 right away at the beginning of the second half, and Vermillion had really started to swing momentum their way. And it was a tough going for Del Rapids as they quickly had to punt the football right back to the Vermillion Tanagers. And again, Vermillion would work the football down the field through the running game, and finally Jack Kratz found some space to the outside and capped it off with a big 19-yard touchdown run.
And now Kratz will go by himself. Trips to the left. Sheffield all alone to the far side at the numbers. Kratz standing at the 25-yard line. 3rd down and 4. Takes a snap. He's going to run it over to Sheffield. Sheffield is out there in front of the block. Past the 10. And Kratz is going to get spun around and into the end zone. Touchdown. Vermillion Tanagers 19-yard touchdown run by Jack Kratz. And Vermillion is starting to blow it open here in Del Rapids. 32-14.
Luke Knutson would come on to tack on the extra point, making it 33-14. And with just over 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, it seemed like all Vermillion, and you could even tell it within the stands, Del Rapids was shell-shocked what the Vermillion Tanagers were able to do. But I mentioned it in the broadcast. One thing you never do is count out the Couriers. They can really make a run, especially when they have plenty of time and still a fourth quarter looming. And that's exactly what they did. Late in the third quarter, they would move the football down the field, get inside the red zone, and to begin the fourth quarter, they would strike exactly when they needed to.
Trips to the near side. Rusick alone at the numbers on the far side. Shotgun formation for Henry. 3rd down and 2. Again, ball at the 17. It's a low snap. Pump fake once. Thrown up in the air. Landon is going to catch it. Touchdown, Del Rapids.
Once again, that is Austin Henry to Landon Rusick. And again, that will not be the last time I talk about those two. Del Rapids would come on to attempt the 2-point conversion, and they would get it, making the score 33-22, trailing by 11 points. Now, Vermillion would get the football right back. They would go 3 and out and have to give it right back to the Del Rapids Couriers. And again, Del Rapids wasted no time midway through the fourth quarter, driving the length of the field, and were able to add another touchdown.
2 wide receivers split to the far side, 2 to the near side. Henry takes the helmet high snap, pump fakes once. Now he's going to go over to Landon Rusick. Rusick at the 10, in for a touchdown.
The hat trick for Austin Henry and Landon Rusick. Extra point would be good, making it 33-28 going late into the fourth quarter. And all the momentum that Vermillion had late in the third quarter was gone. And they knew they had to put together a drive midway through that fourth quarter if they wanted to use up the clock and get out of Del Rapids with the win. Now, that's exactly what the Vermillion Tanagers were able to do. They would get a couple big runs from Jack Kratz, who put the team on his back, just trying to pick up tough first downs. Vermillion would get it past the 50-yard line and into Del Rapids territory. But then Del Rapids was able to make a defensive stand. And facing 4th down and 4, Vermillion decided to do the do-or-die play. Either get the first down or give Del Rapids the football back late in the fourth quarter.
2:06 once again in the fourth quarter. 4th down and 4. Jack Kratz will be alone in the backfield. Trip wide receivers to the left. This could be ball game. Kratz, shotgun formation, takes the snap, scrambles over to the left, trying to get to the first down. He's tripped up right there. Did he get there? No signal yet. No signal yet. Did Jack Kratz get to the first down marker? He's right there, and they say no. He's short. Turnover on downs. Del Rapids gets the football back with 2:01 remaining in the ball game.
So with 2:01 in the ball game, Del Rapids has a chance to take the lead back and win the football game. They would have to do it with their passing game as well. And quickly moving it down the field with just 1 timeout remaining, they were able to get it past the 50-yard line, even down to the 35 before Jack Henry would come on to replace his brother after Austin went down on a sack and lost his helmet with 45 seconds remaining. Jack would throw an incompletion, let Austin get back on the field, and on 3rd down and 8, Del Rapids went for the end zone, but it fell just beyond the reach of Landon Rusick. So on 4th down and 8, there was another opportunity for the Del Rapids Couriers to either pick up a first down or get the touchdown, and they decided to go for broke. Contact was made in the end zone, or I should say a tangle of legs in the end zone Vermillion and Del Rapids defenders and wide receivers fell to the ground. No penalty was called, and it fell incomplete. Vermillion would escape Del Rapids with an upset and get the victory once again. 33-28 was the final, and there was celebration all along the Vermillion sidelines, and it was a great trip back home as, again, Vermillion got the victory over the Del Rapids Couriers 33-28. This is the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show. We have plenty more coming up, including a conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle as we get you set for Vermillion versus West Central tonight here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, KVTK.com, and Vermillion Streaming.
So what do you see in your future? Buying the perfect home with a big oak tree? Watching your child graduate from college? Or finding more time for hobbies during your retirement? Whatever your future holds, make sure you talk with the Farm Bureau Financial Services agent. Together, we'll create a plan that's right for you.
Call Farm Bureau agent Debbie Profrock in Vermillion at 605-624-3011.
It's your future. Let's protect it.
Back inside the Dakota Dome as we are getting you set for a huge matchup tonight between the Vermillion Tanagers and the West Central Trojans. Great to have you along here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, KVTK.com, along with Vermillion Streaming. This is the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show. Debbie, it's more than just about insurance with her. It's more than just about the buildings and your homes in your life. It's all about building that personal relationship and making sure it's protected for years to come. When you need insurance needs, make sure it's Debbie Profrock. Give her a call today, 605-624-3011, to protect everything special in your life. We got a great pregame show yet, including our conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle. But right now, it's time to get you ready for a great West Central Trojans team that comes in 4-2 on the season with a new head coach in Chris Hernandez, building something that's been different from years past with the traditional running style from the Trojans. This year looking to spread it out more and again have found success. Tough loss last week against the Canton Seahawks, losing 6-0, but are looking to bounce back tonight inside the Dome. To talk more about this season so far, the new offense and the old defensive schemes, and continuing to build towards the end of the regular season, joining us right now on the pregame show, he is head coach Chris Hernandez of the West Central Trojans. Coach Hernandez getting ready for a big game against the Vermillion Tanagers. And before we talk a lot about the Tanagers and the success they are having this season, you're also having a lot of success, 4-2 on the season. Last week a loss against the Canton Seahawks. But let's focus on you as a coach. You bring in a new offense from an old style that's been long with the West Central Trojans. How has it been with the first-time coach changing up that offense and getting to know the guys?
You know what, coming in the summer, I wasn't 100% sure what I wanted to run. For me, it's what I know, more of an air raid background. And so when I came in, I had to get to know the kids. I had to see if we had a quarterback that could run the offense. And as we started to install, I started to realize, you know what, I wasn't necessarily planning on going 4 wide and being spread. I wanted to kind of do some things that they were more used to. But as I started to see that we had talent at, with number 2, with Braden Derricks and Kremke's and Owen Heath and some of our receivers on the outside, I started saying to myself, you know what, we can do what I've done in the past. And the philosophy is the same, is you're trying to get the ball to guys that know what to do with it out in space, right? And that's the whole idea, is rather than put a guy in the box and have him get tackled by 4 or 5 guys, it's like, why not get him the ball outside when he's got a one-on-one with the corner or safety, and then give him a chance to make plays. And so so I started to think about that as I started to see the kids a little bit, and especially when we opened up fall camp. So there's been growing pains, obviously. The first time, when you have a tradition at West Central where they've run the ball so much and everything has been focused on that, when you're starting to spread it out a little bit, there are some growing pains. Kids had to learn how to pass block a certain way. You have to learn how to run routes a certain way. Quarterback has timing, issues that you have to get through, and if they're not used to it, it can be a process. But you know what? The kids are responding well. They're working really hard, and they're doing everything they can to pick it up, and we've seen some success with it.
Yeah, you talk about that success. You lose the first game of the season against Lennox, and again, you talk about that growing pains, 21-0. Otherwise, you get big wins, a close one against Millbank, beating Sioux Falls Christian. You do lose last week to the Canton Seahawks 6-0, and if you look at the Vermillion Tanagers, who also played Canton earlier this season, it was a 42-7 loss. So, I mean, this shows how great of a talented team you have. Going back to last week against the Canton Seahawks, what was it about the offense that just couldn't get across the goal line?
You know what? We just we had Jacob Kremke's out, and he does a lot for us as far as putting defenses in a tough position where they have to cover number 2, they have to cover BD, and then they have to cover Kremke's as well on the outside. So it usually gives us a little bit more balance. Now Canton did an amazing job, so I think I have to give a lot of credit to Canton and what they did. They did some things that presented some problems for us that we didn't handle well. But going back and looking at the film, I mean, you don't ever want to make excuses. As the head coach, I go ahead and I take 100% responsibility on that. We need to do a better job. I think we were down in the red zone about we were inside the 20 twice, and we were inside the 30 twice, and we came away with nothing. And a lot of times what happened is, we have like a slip on the field, a penalty, a bad snap, and, the ball was a little wet and everything like that. But, you can't have those penalties. I think one time we got up to the inside the 20, and then we had a chop block call, and it was just one of our kids slipping, and he went to block a guy, and he slipped and just hit the guy below the knee, below the waist, and got the call. And then now all of a sudden we're back, 10 more yards, and so just things like that. And we just felt out of sync, and we didn't do a good job putting ourselves in good positions because we were in second and long, third and long all night, and a lot of that is Canton doing a great job, but some of that is we just weren't ready to play and convert the way we should have been.
We talk about your offense and how you bring in this unique style or a new style for the West Central Trojans. But the defensive style that you've also installed is one let's be honest, it's not like a lot of high school. It's a lot more college, where you have your bandit and rover linebackers that can move around, play kind of that cornerback position, but also can come up and play at the defensive line. How has that scheme worked to throw off offenses so far this season?
You know what? Our defensive coordinator, Barry Mattis, has done an incredible job. He actually has been with West Central for more than 20 years, and he's a graduate of West Central. And you know what? He just does an amazing job. He watches a ton of film. We have amazing talent on the defensive end of the ball. He makes it simple for them, and you know what? He just does a great job of getting them in a position where we can use their talent and use their speed. And he gets a lot of guys reps, and he rotates a lot of guys. And our kids just really have bought in, and it really is probably their second or third year in that system, and so now there's some things that he couldn't do his first 2 years as the D coordinator, but now it's year 3. You got a lot of seniors who have been with him, so they're more comfortable, and there's just more stuff he could do with it. So you're just really seeing that growth, and the kids really knowing what the defense is and understanding it. And so you see it in practice. You see guys like Logan Maris. When we're going scout team and stuff, and our scout team doesn't do a play the right way, the way the other team does, he calls it out, and he's like, no, you're supposed to do this, and then we have to check here, and he knows what he's doing. So you just have a lot of that, a lot of leadership on by the seniors and kids who really bought in and know what they're doing. So now they can just fly around, and they can be confident in what they're doing, and they can just play ball. And there's not that thinking process where it slows them down a little bit.
You talk about buying into the process, not thinking just flying around, and that's kind of what the Vermillion Tanagers have been as well, with a new head coach, Tom O'Boyle, also changing up their offensive scheme, new quarterback into the system. In fact, sometimes we even see 2 quarterbacks for Vermillion, a team that has really gotten it turned around. I know you've had that chance to watch them on film so far. Jack Kratz, the quarterback, has been dynamic, not just throwing the football, but also just putting his head down and running over guys. When looking at this offense as a whole, is it Jack Kratz who pops out to you? Is it the physicality of the offensive line? Or what keeps you up at night when looking at the Vermillion offense?
I think anytime that you go against an offense where the quarterback has the ability to run it and throw it, that gives you a little bit of a headache, because then you have to commit one more person to the box, and you can't do some things that you normally want to do. But I will say, Jack Kratz has done a great job, running the ball, and their offensive line has done a great job. But I got to say, they do a good job of staying on schedule. They don't kill themselves, especially in their win against Dells and against Lennox. They did a really good job staying in front of the chains, protecting the ball, and capitalizing, and just really hanging on to it. So I think that's going to give us a hard time, and we just have to be ready for it, and we just have to give that respect to the offense. But I've seen a lot of physicality out of them, and that's something that you just got to be ready for and prepare for.
Looking at both these teams, I think you have a little bit more of an advantage just by not playing as many guys both ways, but you still play a lot of guys both ways. But so does Vermillion. How much of this game do you feel confident, because you know it's going to come down to this fourth quarter, no doubt about it. This is not going to be a blowout for one team or the other. How confident and how much have you been preaching to your guys this week at practice that they have to be in full condition and ready to go all 4 quarters inside a different atmosphere playing inside a Dakota Dome?
You know what, we've been on that, especially since Lennox, because really we felt like we played – we felt like we won about 46 minutes of that game against Lennox, but it was the last 2 minutes that we didn't. And, the last part of the game. So since Lennox, we really have been focusing on, conditioning, finishing games, make sure that we're playing to the end. And we did see that come out against Milbank, where, Milbank was in the lead most of the game, and then we had to come back. And our kids just never gave up. They just kept playing. And even with Canton, we had a chance at the end to give ourselves to get the win, and we just couldn't come through. But the kids never stopped believing. So I think they're battle tested, and they understand. And this classification, everybody is so similar, talent wise, and anybody can beat anybody. So they understand that you can't take any team lightly. That if most games are going to go to the fourth quarter, and you have to be able to play just one play at a time, and just always focus next play. And just keep playing, and that's the attitude that we've had. And this is the perfect week to say, hey, if our goal is the state championship, there's no better way to practice for it than playing in the Dakota Dome. And we have to look at it as Vermillion is our opponent, and they're going to make us better, and we have to go 1-0 this week, and we have to treat it like the state championship game.
We talk about the Dakota Dome, and I'm going to be honest with you, Coach. Over the past few years, I've got the chance to cover Vermillion. The Dome isn't always necessarily packed. I mean, of course, with the high school, it's not going to be fully packed, but the schedule has been tough for Vermillion in the past. They haven't always found the wins, but this year they are riding extremely high, being ranked for the first time in a very long time. They're finally back home. 5 of the first 6 games have been on the road. Fans just want to see the Tanagers back inside the Dome. How do you prepare the guys for a hostile environment?
You know what? I think what we try to do is just focus on us. Anywhere you go, especially when you're on the road, there's a lot of things that can be distractions. You got to get on the bus, you got to drive, and everything like that. Maybe, for us, we're going to be out of school early that day, because school, we have an early out day. So there's going to be a lot of distractions. But what we try to do is just focus on one thing at a time. And so we're just going to focus on us, focus on what we can control. We can't control what the sound is going to be. We can't control what Vermillion's going to do, but we can focus on what we do and how we prepare, and that's the message that we try to send to the kids.
There he is. That's Coach Hernandez, head coach of the West Central Trojans. Thank Coach Hernandez so much for giving me some time this week to sit down, have a conversation, talk about his team and the success they have built so far. It's definitely a tough schedule for the remainder of the season for the Trojans. Not only the Vermillion Tanagers tonight, but they also have Madison next week. And then to wrap up their season, they somehow still got paired up with the double team T-Area Titans. Man, it's definitely a tough schedule to end for the Trojans, but they're looking to get out of the dome with a win tonight against the Vermillion Tanagers. Hey, we're going to pause here on the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show. Again, for all your insurance needs, make it Farm Bureau Financial Services with Debbie. Give her a call today, 605-624-3011. Our coach's conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle is up next here on ESPN and Vermillion Streaming.
So what do you see in your future? Buying the perfect home with a big oak tree? Watching your child graduate from college? Or finding more time for hobbies during your retirement? Whatever your future holds, make sure you talk with the Farm Bureau Financial Services agent. Together, we'll create a plan that's right for you.
Call Farm Bureau agent Debbie Profrock in Vermillion at 605-624-3011.
It's your future. Let's protect it.
Back inside the friendly confines of the Dakota Dome as we're getting you set for a huge Friday night matchup between the West Central Trojans, who come in this week ranked 3rd in Class 11A, taking on the Vermillion Tanagers, who are ranked 4th in Class 11A. Kickoff is coming up just after 7 o'clock here on Vermillion Streaming and ESPN Radio. That's 101.5 FM, AM 1570. Right now on our pregame show, it's brought to you by Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock. We are going to catch up with head coach Tom O'Boyle and talk about now being 4-2 and how this team remains focused going into this week's game against West Central, as they are getting a lot of hype, being ranked for the first time in a long time inside the top 5 according to the media. So how do the guys stay focused, and what do we expect to see from the West Central Trojans? Coming up here in just a moment, it's our coach's conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle, as this conversation is brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Coach, getting ready for a big game against the West Central Trojans, and we're going to talk more about the Trojans here in just a moment. But going into this season, there was so much buzz about you taking over as head coach. The good old boys are back together. The town was excited to what you were going to bring with this offense and defense and how you could get Vermillion turned around. And so far, through 6 games, you have this team ranked inside the top 5, according to the media, for the first time since, well, we've been looking in our records and we still haven't found the correct answer when this team was last ranked. So, Coach, what is it about the good old boys, and how have you been able to turn this thing around and get everyone on the right track and have a winning record and just continue to build momentum so far this season, and now closing out the final 3 games at home? What's been that magical power that you've had?
Well, I think, Heath, I appreciate those words, but it's not about the putting the band back together, the gray hairs on the sidelines. It is, it's people get lost and they get, change is always exciting for everybody. In football programs, we see it all too often with at the college level and pro level. And so they think that there's a magic fix when it happens at the lower levels in high school and whatnot. But what it was lost in this, it's not the staff and it's not the want to get our picture on the cover of the AARP. It is it's simply about the kids. Kids have to make this change. Kids have to buy in. Kids have to practice. Kids have to perform during games, and that's what we've been so fortunate with, is that we've found strengths that play into their abilities to play this football game, and so it's more of a matter of lining up what your kids can do and what they'll buy into and know what the limitations are than it is just a a new head coach or a new assistant staff walking on the practice field and magically everything's better. The game hasn't changed, and fundamentals haven't changed. Certainly our approach, I think, is tremendously different than probably what Vermillion has done in the last 10 years, but offensively. But we've lined up well. Our kids are practicing well. Our kids are smiling. Our kids are happy. They are earning their due respect, and it's so much fun to go to practice. I'm the luckiest guy in the world to be the head coach in this program, and our assistants would tell you they're very, very lucky to be assistants in this program. We go see our kids grow, not so much as football players, but as young men in their abilities to, play this game better, know how to be accountable, know how to stand up, know how to fight for one another, know that everybody's a piece to the puzzle, and we have to make team decisions every weekend. And we talk about this on the bus on the way home. When we get out of the bus, I ask our team, please make team decisions. Don't fall to the pitfalls of making an individual decision and putting yourself in a situation where you're going to get in trouble, or you have to avoid those. The team is bigger than you, and our kids have done that to this point. And to be 4-2 after a 5 out of 6 game road trip is quite an accomplishment. And yet we turn around and we have a heck of a football team in West Central coming in, and they're hungry and they have the same record we do. So we're tasked with another big game this weekend. But I think that our kids are used to playing big games, and it's more about us than it is about opponent.
Again, joining here on the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show. This conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle is brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop. And going off of what you mentioned, Coach, your only 2 losses are against number 1 and 2 in the media rankings in Class 11A. You're number 4 taking on number 3. As you mentioned, it's going to be a tough task against West Central. And, yes, it's good to be playing back at home, but I look at this West Central team, and when I see a record of 4-2, I think of flashy numbers, a couple big key players they have that you really have to watch for. But looking at their stats, offensively and defensively, there's not really a guy that jumps out to me. Last week against Canton, they didn't even score. What have you seen on film that makes this a dangerous West Central team, even though they're 4-2 and didn't score last week?
Well, they play good people. Canton is a heck of a football team, and so them not scoring, we really don't look at scores. We look more at scheme and players, but they are very multiple in their approach. They're able to spread it out. They're a team that really likes the screen pass. They're a team that likes the jet sweep. They've got a very good running back. The kid that was their quarterback a year ago is now their running back, and so they've gone from the Air Force wing bone, if you will, last year to 3 wide, 4 wide empty sets this year, and they're pretty efficient with it. Defensively, they sit in an okie front, or for people that don't understand the terminology of that, they're an odd front team that every once in a while will jump to a 4, but it looks like they want to play a 5-3. Most of the time, or 5-2 and walk a safety down. So they have your attention. They're certainly playing good football. And a week ago, they came up short to a very good team. And we know that they'll probably be approaching us in the same respect, in the same light, that we're a good football team and coming off a very, very good performance and football game up in Del Rapids. So we're not caught up in the rankings, of course, because how could we be? Every time you turn around, it's somebody's telling you you're playing the heavyweight champion of the world. So we are simply a team that says we're going to be Vermillion, and we have an identity, and we have an obligation to one another and responsibility to one another to play well, and that's how we're approaching it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've talked to other media members, and they say right now Class 11A might be the most open class there is. You could flip a coin, and 8 different teams might win the championship this year. That's how wide open it is. So going off that then, and making sure, not just myself, but other media members, how do you continue to shore up your team to get rid of that conversation and say, hey, you know what? There's 3-4 teams that you have to look at that are really threats to win a championship. And I'm putting you in that because right now, 4-2, there's a good chance they're going to make playoffs, Coach, and there's a good chance they're going to have a great record going into playoffs. So how do you throw that out there that says this isn't just a Vermillion Tanger team that's a good football team, but we're a championship-worthy team?
Well, as a new head coach, you tell kids, we're excited, and our goal is to play in November.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you don't lose sight of that goal. You keep that in mind. But, in all reality, Heath, that it's every Friday night is your championship.
Yeah.
And, we're playing for a state title this Friday night because it's our next game. And we want to be the best Vermillion team we've been all year. So we talk about just building. We talk about being a better team this Friday than what we were last Friday. And you let the results at the end of the season, kind of go with the current in the Missouri. It's great when it's coming by, but it really means nothing to a lot of people. And we're tasked to show up and defend our dome this Friday night. And what a nice feeling it is to know we're not going down the road, although we do that well. And I think that will serve us well if we are lucky enough to make the playoffs. But we certainly have spent enough time in a bus that other schools have not. And we kind of hope that the travel bothers our opponents coming up a little bit too, that they don't handle as well as our kids do. And again, every Friday night is a state championship for us because nobody gave us a whole lot of credit outside of our great football family, our parents and our close followers. So these kids are now getting pats on the back, and it scares you a little bit as a coach that we're being viewed in a different light. We are the same people. We're just better football team this week than what we were last week, and it's carrying over on the practice field. You can see confidence.
Yeah, you really can. And as you mentioned that too, and I hear that from a lot of parents as well, that they don't want to get overcaught in this hype the way this team has been playing. And as you know, with young men, sometimes that can happen when you're constantly on social media, when you're constantly around the fans, the students, that you can get a little caught up in that hype. So you just want to keep focused. And another thing I worry about with your team, and I know this is on your mind as well, injuries and just how not big your team is. You're a much smaller size with your football program than some other teams in Class 11A. How have you been handling injuries and just moving forward with the next guy up?
Well, I mean, that's why you practice. You're as good as your number two, and everybody needs reps, and that's been our style since day one. And what's lost in that are people, and you and I have talked that forever people think you run a 2-quarterback system, and you really don't. You're as good as the next guy, or there are times where you have to talk to kids and you have to get them rest, and you have to have a kid game capable or game situation capable to insert. So we're a little bit of a patchwork team right now in the secondary, but that's it's only Wednesday, so we still have 72 hours to figure some things out, or have everybody back. But right now we do have a little bit of an injury bug at our skill positions, and we're gonna put the next fighting tanager out there and be assured that they'll make plays.
Yeah, going off that, and I'm not going to ask you about the 2-quarterback system this week, but you had a great game running the football last week. However, a couple big touchdown passes is what really turned momentum, I thought, for your team. How do you keep working in the passing game going into a team like West Central that you talk about an odd front? They might, blitz quite a bit, that you might have advantages on the outside. How do you make that work? How do you take advantage of it?
Well, you have to pick your shots. You have to be who you are. But in developing our identity, Heath, and it's not a surprise to anybody, we're going to run football. Mm-hmm. And we feel very good about our kids up front and the job they do. And we feel very good about the people in our backfield carrying the ball. So we're going to run the football, and with doing that, you bring more people to the line of scrimmage. You bring more defenders into the box or up into a press situation on the edge, if you will. So it opens up opportunities to throw the ball down the field. And to this point in the season, both Jack and Ty have been accurate, and our kids have made the catch. And in 2 straight big victories, we've hit some homers over the top with different people simply by what the coverage gives us. So, it's the fact that we're able to throw and hit some big touchdown passes is just a credit to the kids running a good route, catching a ball, and the offensive line doing their job and giving our quarterbacks time to throw it, and our quarterback being accurate. So all things that you practice, you talk about, and that's kind of the art of football. You have to be a play action guy at times, and if you're running an offense that runs it 50 times like we do, and that's kind of our goal. We'd like to run it 50 times, and we've found success with our kids up front. It's who we are, so we're going to stay with that. And, I'd like to mix tight end in a little more than what we have, and we have some things coming up that way that we can show that we're practicing. So. You cannot just be a double tight full house, I don't think, but I think we have to be able to be multiple at times and keep people off and out of the box by alignment, and then take advantage of our skill guys outside.
Head coach Tom O'Boyle joining us on the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show. This conversation is brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop. Coach, before I let you go, we've talked about it, and going in back at home, Dakota Dome, it's going to be so nice. I know the fans are going to be even more packed than before. Let's be honest. When this team's really good, people want to see them. And a game like against West Central, everyone in town has nothing else to do on Friday night but see the Vermillion Tanagers. So how do you keep the guys focused? How do you not let them get overhyped and just play the Vermillion Tanager football that we've seen the past couple of weeks and focus on Vermillion and not West Central?
Well, you talk about it, you communicate about it, and and Heath, if you would have come out to practice last night, we're not different on a Tuesday night than we are on a Friday night. Mm-hmm. Certainly, you have the game anxiety and you have some jitters and butterflies, as you should. But we are very we like to believe we're probably a very steady team. We understand that games are won and lost Monday through Thursday, and how important that time is to our program. So it's the kids working hard. It's the parents that show up with the popsicles and the ices and the treats that they give kids after practice. It's a community effort with parents allowing their sons to be coached hard and praised hard and working hard. We practice tomorrow morning at 6:30, or on Thursday we'll practice at 6:30 because of parent-teacher conferences. So. It's people making adjustments, and it's people giving it up for the club and for the greater good of the Tanager football program. And to this point, it's working, and we're not looking forward to changing what we do. And we're looking forward to a heck of a football game and a turnout Friday night. We're excited about more people in our crowd and defending the dome. And it's a real treat to be able to call that facility first-class facility, one of the best in the country. Our home field, and we're looking forward to defending it.
So what do you see in your future? Buying the perfect home with a big oak tree? Watching your child graduate from college? Or finding more time for hobbies during your retirement? Whatever your future holds, make sure you talk with the Farm Bureau Financial Services agent. Together, we'll create a plan that's right for you.
Call Farm Bureau agent Debbie Profrock in Vermillion at 605-624-3011.
It's your future. Let's protect it.
It's time for our Larry's heating and cooling segment of our pregame show of what's heating up and what's cooling off for the Vermillion Tanagers as we get closer to kickoff between 4th-ranked Vermillion taking on 3rd-ranked West Central. What a great game we have in store. So here we go. What's heating up and what's cooling off for the Vermillion Tanagers? As always, let's begin with what's cooling off. And it's a topic that if I could, I would completely avoid talking about. but it's really come up in the past couple of weeks, and it's definitely going to be more of a talking point as we get closer to postseason football, and that's if the Tanagers want to make it. It's called the injury bug, and it struck Vermillion deep, including some of their key starters that have missed some games and others that are working through bumps and bruises along the way that is limiting them in practice. Most everyone's ready to go and starting tonight for the Vermillion Tanagers, but they are still dealing with that injury bug. And Vermillion is such a small squad compared to other teams in Class 11A, especially when you look at some of the teams towards the top, including the Canton Seahawks and the Madison Bulldogs. In fact, they almost outdouble the Vermillion Tanagers in size when they have guys out to play. So Vermillion just having to avoid that injury bug, it's something you say or you wish you could avoid, but it's all part of the football game. Luckily, it hasn't been anything too serious so far. What's been heating up has been a big conversation talking point, and they don't get enough respect. That is the big boys up front, offensively and defensively on that defense and offensive line. Offensively, Vermillion has been able to run the football so successfully because of this offensive line and creating holes for Jeremy Crow and Jack Kratz. They can't do it without it. Then you flip the coin and you look at them defensively, especially last week against Del Rapids. That's what the Couriers wanted to do with their double wing set, is run the football. But they couldn't do so because of everything that was jam-logged up in the front of the line there defensively. And Vermillion offense and defensive lines have not gotten enough credit for me, and they have been what's heating up, and they're the reason why Vermillion got those two upsets against Lennox and Del Rapids. If they can keep playing the way they are, expect Vermillion to get plenty more wins coming up to in this season. And that is the Larry's heating and cooling. What's heating up and what's cooling off. We're going to pause here on Vermillion Streaming and ESPN, and when we come back, we get you even closer to kickoff between the Vermillion Tanagers and the West Central Trojans. This is the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming.
So what do you see in your future? Buying the perfect home with a big oak tree? Watching your child graduate from college? Or finding more time for hobbies during your retirement? Whatever your future holds, make sure you talk with the Farm Bureau Financial Services agent. Together, we'll create a plan that's right for you.
Call Farm Bureau agent Debbie Profrock in Vermillion at 605-624-3011.
It's your future. Let's protect it.
Hi, I'm Farron Pratt, president of First Dakota National Bank in Vermillion. It's just about game time, so grab some snacks, find your seat, and get ready to cheer on the Tanagers to a victory along with First Dakota. And after the game, when you've had a chance to catch your breath, come on down to First Dakota National Bank and chat with us about how we can win your business too. We've got a pretty impressive team, if I do say so myself. But for now, it's game time. Let's go Tanagers!
Could it be 21 years in the making? Welcome back to H. Lauren Lewis Field inside the Dakota Dome as we get you set for Friday Night Lights between the third-ranked West Central Trojans and the fourth-ranked Vermillion Tanagers in Class 11A. It has been a historic past for both these teams when it comes to the history of these football programs, but for the past 21 years, it has been written in Trojan blue. But tonight, Vermillion Tanagers, after a couple huge upsets in the past couple of weeks, are looking to rewrite some history of their own and solidify themselves at the number 3 position in Class 11A, not just when it comes to the media standings, but also in the seed point standings. Welcome back inside the Dakota Dome. I'm your host, Heath Nimke. This is the Farm Bureau Financial Services Debbie Profrock pregame show here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570 KVTK.com, along with Vermillion Streaming. Whether you're a Tanagers fan or a Trojans fan, it's great to have you along. Let's get right into it. I mentioned the history and it's been a historic history for both these two teams. In fact, during the decade of the 1990s, either Vermillion or West Central appeared in all 10 Class 11A championship games. Now, Vermillion won the 15 of the first 22 meetings in the series, dating back all the way to the early 1950s. But since then, West Central has won 21 straight games, including outscoring the Vermillion Tanagers 741 to 73. Also 13 shutouts during that time. It's been impressive what the Trojans have been able to do, but it's a complete new offense from what we are used to seeing in the past for West Central. It is not the traditional run that we've always seen with new head coach Hernandez. He has really changed things around, but has kept things going for the Trojans. They, again, find themselves third ranked in Class 11A. We take a look at our starting lineups for both the West Central Trojans and the Vermillion Tanagers. First, the Trojans, we take a look. Number 79, Andrew Zimmer, and number 57, Jacob Michaels, will be the two tackles. Tonight for the guards will be Dylan Ketchum along with Braden Eisenbeis, and it will be Curtis Fork, who is the center tonight. For the quarterback and leading the team, it is Gavin Cook, who is 82 of 149, over 1,000 yards in the passing game. And his running back and fullback will be Justin Zerpel. The three wide receivers will be Jacob Krempchus, along with Braden Derricks and Gage Nelson. And the tight end tonight for the West Central Trojans is Owen Heath. It is the traditional lineup for the Vermillion Tanagers when it comes to their offense. Jack Kratz will get the head nod on starting quarterback Jeremy Crow, the running back. The offensive line will be Carter Skogsberg, Zach Brady, Will Fairholm, Nate Fairholm, along with Royce Baylor, and then it will be Nick Sorensen playing the tight end position tonight. The four wide receivers set that we'll see will be Makai Sheffield, along with Zone Robinson, mixed in with Connor Larson and Clayton Sorensen for the Vermillion Tanagers on offense. One quick note with an injury update. Reese Profrock will remain out, and also Ty Hertz has been cleared after he suffered an injury last week. He was cleared to play football tonight, but he is doubtful that he will see much action. So Jack Kratz will take a majority of these snaps tonight if we see Ty in whatsoever. And that's a look at our starting lineups and big game, as we mentioned, looking around the rest of the state of South Dakota and Class 11A. The other probably big games coming up tonight include Del Rapids is taking on Madison. Also Dakota Valley and Sioux Falls Christian are set to meet tonight, and then also Millbank and Webster area. As we've heard so often, these two teams 3-4 when it comes to the media standings, when it comes to the seed point standings, and what matters to make playoffs. These two teams are tied at exactly third spot. So whoever wins tonight will move in front of the other. And of course, with other results from around the state of South Dakota, you never know where everyone will shuffle out. But one thing, Vermillion does have a slight advantage over West Central. That is who the two losses that Vermillion has lost to, Canton Seahawks and also the Madison Bulldogs. Both those two teams are in front of in front of Vermillion. And for West Central, it does not get any easier. They still have Madison, and somehow they got the unlucky draw of getting T area. And our off-the-air conversation with head coach Hernandez of West Central, I asked him, how do you get paired up with T area? He said, well, somebody had to get the unlucky draw. I guess it was just us this year. T, of course, single A team last year, made that jump to double A this year, and they have been on fire. In fact, if you ask a lot of people around the state of South Dakota, they would probably tell you that it's going to look like maybe Pierre and T playing for the championship, but of course, we never know what's going to happen when it comes to the state of South Dakota. It is great to be back inside the Dakota Dome as well. The Vermillion Tanagers begin their first 6 games. Only one game was here at home. Of course, that was homecoming a month ago against the Madison Bulldogs, where Madison was able to jump out early, take a lead, and they never surrendered. But Vermillion got close within 4 points late in the third quarter before Madison was able to answer back. But otherwise, the last 3 games of the season for the Vermillion Tanagers will be right here inside the friendly confines of the Dakota Dome, and would love to make it 4 straight in a row if they can find the right wins and make it into postseason play. By the way, nothing has been guaranteed so far, but a win tonight would lock up a position 1 through 8 in the postseason, but you have to win tonight. All right, we're getting you even closer to kickoff between Vermillion and West Central. We're going to step aside for our national anthem, and when we come back, we'll have our coin toss and kickoff between Vermillion and West Central. That's on the way next here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570 and KVTK.com.
Sean Brady and the crew at East River Properties and Storage.
Whether you're in the market to purchase a new home, or your family is growing and you need to sell your existing home, or you're a student moving to an apartment, Dakota Realty and Property Management has home listings for families as well as apartments. Being locally owned and with over 150 years of combined experience, they have the connections to find the home that will fit you. Go to Dakota Realty and Property Management at 125 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, because they like what they do and they will work for you. Dakota Realty is a proud supporter of Vermillion Athletics.
From Kalen's Indoor Comfort. This year.
When did your dream home become just that? A dream. Why? Well, it's time to make it a reality with AMS Building Systems. Locally owned and operated in Vermillion, AMS can make that vision in your head a reality. From the first steps of designing to the last screw. Your dream is closer than you think. Check out amsbuilding.com or stop by, because the first step to your dream is in Vermillion.
Vermillion puns don't always know.
Need a new set of tires? Look to Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford. How about some accessories like WeatherTech floor mats, access roll-up truck covers, bed liners, remote car starters, and thousands of other products. Hey, you can look at everything at your convenience online too at carlsonsbodyshop.com. No wonder the song says,
bring it down to Carlson's Body Shop, your complete car care center.
The captains meet at the Coyote logo that reads South Dakota. We get you even closer to kickoff between the Vermillion Tanagers and the West Central Trojans. Great to have you along here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570 KVTK.com, along with Vermillion streaming. Tanager fan, West Central fan, or just a fan of some great high school football. That's exactly what we have tonight as the captains are meeting right now. And again, this is going to be a great game between these two teams. As we mentioned, both teams come into tonight's action sitting at 4-2. One of common opponent loss for the two teams is the Canton Seahawks. Now, Vermillion lost to the Seahawks 42-7, whereas last week West Central only lost to the Canton Seahawks 6-0. Now, you talk about kind of difficult weather conditions that happened in Canton. West Central had to work through that, but were never able to score. And on the opposite side of that, for the Vermillion Tanagers, it was all a special teams game. A couple onside kick recoveries that never happened early in the first quarter. Canton opened it up right away at one point, leading it 21-0 before the end of the first quarter. Otherwise, another common opponent, you go back to the very beginning of this season where West Central lost to Lennox 21-20. As you remember, Vermillion Tanagers just a couple weeks ago got a victory over the Lennox Orioles 21-7. The coin toss is over. It'll be the Vermillion Tanagers who will take the ball, and they'll get the ball to begin the first quarter. The Tanagers will be moving from right to left as you see it on your radio dial, and along with Vermillion streaming, wearing their red jerseys, numbers and letters that are in white pants with a white helmet, a red stripe that goes down the center of the helmet, and the Tanager logo on either side. The West Central Trojans in their white jerseys, blue pants with the blue helmets, numbers and letters that are in blue. Tommy Berg has it set up. He puts his left hand in the air. He's ready to put a huge boot into it, and we are underway between the Vermillion Tanagers and the West Central Trojans. And going all the way back into the end zone to catch it is Zone Robinson. In high school football, if you catch it in the end zone, it's an automatic dead ball, and it'll be Vermillion who will set up camp 1st and 10. Ball at the 20-yard line. Looking to go 80 yards on the opening drive to score right away. It has been very difficult, though, for the Vermillion Tanagers when it comes to that note of scoring. On the first couple of drives, they had, in fact, struggled. Last week against Del Rapids, they had a 3-and-out, a pick six, and a fumble on a matter of 3 possessions and 8 plays. Did not go well last week for the Vermillion Tanagers. Once again, Jack Kratz is the quarterback, puts Jeremy Crow out in motion, putting it trips out to the right. It's going to be Kratz on the quarterback keeper. He tries to blast his way forward, gets back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half yard or so. Bring up 2nd down and 9. Ball at the 21-yard line. Again, the West Central Trojans play a lot more of a college-style defense. That they have all sorts of linebackers, including the Rover and Bandit, and playing different positions where now you're going to see a 5 front. We'll explain that a little bit more coming up here in just a moment. Shotgun formation. Kratz, the quick little pass over to Sheffield. Sheffield collects at the 25, throws off one defender, tries to cut upfield. He's going to get taken down by a host of Trojans, getting it up to about the 28-yard line. Sheffield a completion of 8 yards and bring up a manageable 3rd down and 2 for the Tanagers. Again, the Rover and Bandit situation with Owen Heath and Caden Hall, those 2 outside linebackers, will sometimes come up to play, make it look more like a 5 front, like they're doing now, kind of standing D-ends. Back to pass once again. It's over to Sheffield. He collects, and he's going to get pick up enough for a 1st down, get it to 32 before he's spun backwards and out of bounds by Logan Maris. But again, 1st down for the Vermillion Tanagers on a 4-yard completion for Jack Kratz. So Jack begins the passing game, 2 of 2 already this evening. 10:41, 1st quarter. Deuces Wild to the near side. Sheffield alone at the numbers to the far side. This time they're going to hand off to Jeremy Crow. Finds some space. Blocking up front there was Will Fairholm. Fairholm never put his helmet on another hat, though. And Crow got lost in the shuffle. And it's going to be a pickup of 2 yards. Bring up 2nd down and 8. So 2 carries, 3 yards for the Vermillion Tanagers, but have already picked up 1 1st down on this opening drive. Coming at the expense of already 2 minutes wasted. 2 wide receivers to the near side once again. Shotgun formation for Jack Kratz, standing at the 28. Fakes the handoff. Quarterback keeper himself tries to find the room up the middle. Royce Baylor on the ground there. Couldn't get past his own offensive lineman. Picks up right back to the line of scrimmage, if that. So no gain. 3rd down and 8 upcoming for the Vermillion Tanagers. 9:43 1st quarter. So a couple of short passes that were able to pick up a 1st down for the Vermillion Tanagers now have the running game going nowhere. What can Vermillion do? Trying to convert another 3rd down on this drive. Again, 3rd down and 8. Shotgun formation for Kratz. He looks over the middle. It's going to be a diving catch by Robinson down to the 45. He jumps up, puts the hand forward saying, "You betcha." 1st down, a completion of 12 yards by Zone Robinson, and Jack Kratz begins on fire in the passing game. He is 3 of 3 for already 24 yards. Vermillion has the ball spotted up at the 45-yard line, trying to cross over the 50. It doesn't have to necessarily be flashy all the time, but as long as you're consistent. And so far, Vermillion has done exactly that. Again, 2 of 2 on 3rd downs this drive. Trips, split to the far side. Kratz alone. He's going to run right up the middle, blitzing to the outside, quickly shutting down the space where the West Central Trojans in there on the tackle was Logan Maris, along with Caden Hall. I believe even Owen Heath got a hat in there. A pickup of 2 yards for Jack Kratz. So 3 carries, 3 yards. Now Kratz coming into the game, the leading rusher for the Vermillion Tanagers. In fact, 662 yards, 11 rushing touchdowns. He has never exploded, though. He's never ran more than a 35-yard touchdown run that happened against the Lenox Orioles. 1 in motion now is Crow, putting trips to that far side. It's going to be another quarterback keeper by Jack Kratz. He just puts his head down, gets it past the 50, up to the 48-yard line. Going to be a pickup of 4 yards and bring up another manageable 3rd down and 3 this time for Vermillion. West Central trying to stop Vermillion now on this 3rd down. Again, the Tanagers 2 of 2 all ready to begin on this opening drive. Kratz runs in the play late as he gets it from head coach Tom O'Boyle on the near sideline. Break huddle. They'll put 2 wide receivers to the near side. Sheffield all alone at the numbers to the far side. Shotgun formation once again for Kratz. Fakes the handoff to Crow. He's going to try to throw it over, and it's going to be blocked there. Great defensive jump by Dalton Mulder as he jumps up and knocks down the pass. Falls incomplete, and it's 4th down and 3 for the Vermillion Tanagers. So Jack Kratz now 3 of 4 in the passing game. Looks like they'll keep the offense out there. Now, not quite for sure, as Jack Kratz is also the backup punter. After Ty Hertz took a deep bruise, he was cleared to play today. But right now, not seeing him out there. Looks like Vermillion's going to go for it on 4th down and 3. Nope, it's just going to be a little pooch punt. That's going to be nobody back there for West Central. It's going to continue to roll and go all the way into the end zone. Zone Robinson can't catch up with it enough, and West Central will take over 1st down and 10. Spot the ball at the 20-yard line. They allow the Vermillion Tanagers to get just past the 50, but able to make a stop on 3rd down. Now comes out the general, Gavin Cook, along with Justin Zerpel. It's again much different Trojans team than what we have seen in the past, as this is more of a passing team this year than it is a traditional running team. They bring out 4 wide receivers, stacked on top of each other either side. Cook claps his hands together, is going to hand it off to the running back, Zerpel, who's going to get popped right at the 20. Fall forward for a yard, 2nd down and 9. By the way, that was a big emphasis this week for me. Make sure I get the name Gavin Cook right. Around in these parts, it's called Koch or Coke. But want to make sure it's Gavin Cook, the quarterback. Trips this time off to the far side. Alone at the number is Jacob to this near side for West Central. All alone is Cook back to pass. He's got pressure, steps up, throws it over the middle. It's going to be picked off. It's Jack Kratz. Jack on the return to the 10, the 5, stretches. Is he in? Jack Kratz, pick 6. I think they're going to call him out. There has been no official signal yet. They say he was down where? At the 5-yard line or so. He stepped out there, but Vermillion, with the interception by the quarterback, Jack Kratz, will set up in the red zone. 6:37 first quarter. Just kind of ghosting the wide receiver there, Braden Derricks, and at the last moment, Jack Kratz used the speedy legs to come out of nowhere and intercept it, returned it back to the 7-yard line. Vermillion will set up 1st down and goal. At the 7, 2 wide receivers split to the left, 1 off to the right. Going to hand it off to Jeremy Crow. Crow puts his head down, tries to pick up some positive yards, 1 or so. Bring up now 2nd down and goal. Ball at the 6-yard line. Kind of interesting note as well, Jeremy Crow has carried the football so many times so far this season, almost going to hit the century mark. However, he has yet to carry the football for a touchdown this season. It's kind of interesting. In fact, carried the football 80 times already this year. Still no touchdowns for the young man. Shotgun formation for Jack Kratz, standing at the 11-yard line. 2 wide receivers split to the left. They're going to hand it off to Crow once again. Trying to bounce to the outside. Spins off a 1. He stretches. He's in for the first touchdown this season for Jeremy Crow. Tanagers on the scoreboard first. 5:56 first quarter. 6-0. Vermillion leads it over 3rd-ranked West Central. Jeremy Crow had the run tough for that one. And again, was met at the 5, spun off a defender, moving to his left, and was able to punch it in from there. And Vermillion opens up just past the halfway mark of the first quarter. And now Knutson on to attempt the extra point. The snap is low, picked up though, and it's going to be just creeping above the crossbar. Vermillion leads it 7-0, 5:56 first quarter. You're listening to Vermillion football, presented by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN, along with Vermillion streaming. We're back in 60 seconds.
Considering a new roof, you want to put your roof in the hands of Dave's Roofing. Dave's Roofing specializes in residential roofing and has over 10 years of experience. Dave's Roofing covers any job from a 60 to 80 mile radius of Sioux City and has a 10-man crew that completes most jobs in one day. Dave's Roofing will make sure the cleanup job is done right afterwards too. And the products installed are impact rated and eligible for homeowners insurance discounts. Look up Dave's Roofing on Facebook and check out the work that's been done and customer tested.
Go Tanagers.
State purpose of visit.
Well, our tractor's gonna kick the bucket this year.
Searching internet for new bucket.
I don't need a bucket.
Provide bucket color preference. Red, yellow, taupe, magenta. Oh, wait. They are out of magenta.
Robots don't know you. We do.
I can do a quote on a new one.
With us, getting the right coverage starts with a conversation. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Contact Farm Bureau Agent Debbie Profrock in Vermillion at 605-64-3011.
Runnings, Vermillion.
Luke Knutson has it teed up, puts a deep boot into it. It's returnable at the 10. It's going to be a fake reverse. Keeping it is Jacob Crumptious, and he tries to get past the 25, but he's going to be upended by Caden Alfson there. And the West Central Trojans will set up at the 23-yard line on their second offensive possession after just their second play on offense. Gavin Cook threw his 9th interception of the season. That's been the one difficult part for the West Central Trojans is the turnover bug. And coming into this game, Gavin Cook had thrown 12 touchdowns compared to 8 interceptions. 5:49, first quarter. Vermillion leads it 7-0 over the West Central Trojans. Second offensive possession. Cook is in pistol formation with Zerpel, the running back, behind him. Fakes the handoff. He'll keep it himself, try to cut it upfield, spinning around, and he's going to get spun down to about the 28-yard line. A nice pickup of 5 yards, and it will bring up 2nd down and 5. And talk about the passing game for Cook. He's not a big runner. In fact, that was just his 21st carry of the season. Coming into the game, he's carried it for less than 50 yards. So again, he's not a man that really takes off a lot. He can, though. Pistol formation once again on 2nd down and 5. This time they're going to hand it off to Zerpel, who tries to find the space up the middle. He's going to get up about 2 yards. Bring up 3rd down and 3, it looks like. Now again, Zerpel, the main running back / fullback, has carried it over 100 times this year for almost 400, 4 touchdowns. He's also been big in the passing game on 9 receptions for 103 yards. 4:47 first quarter. This time we'll see running backs to either side and then one behind, and they're going to go to the running back, and I believe that was it Zerpel? It was. Zerpel takes the handoff, and he picks up maybe a yard or so. He's going to be short, 4th down and 1. Shotgun formation there on the last play for Gavin Cook, had running backs to either side, and then Zerpel was lined up behind him, and Zerpel took the handoff, but Vermillion met it at the line of scrimmage and did not allow Zerpel really to get anywhere. 4th down and 1. Now Justin Zerpel is the punter, but looks like they're going to keep Gavin Cook in the offense out there. Trying to get the Vermillion Tanagers to jump. They faked the play call once. They tried again. This time they're going to hand it off to Zerpel. Zerpel surges forward, and it looks like he got there. He needed a yard. It looked like he got about 1.5 yards. 1st down for West Central on the 2-yard pickup by Justin Zerpel. So on 4th down, and a bad spot as well, West Central needing it, picks it up. Ball is spotted just at the 34-yard line. So if they wouldn't have got that, would have gave Vermillion great starting field position. But again, they get it 1st down and 10, 3:33 first quarter. Still calling out the play call, Cook will now put Zerpel in motion, putting quads to this near side. Out of the backfield, they're going to work it over to him. Zerpel, though, can't hold on to it. You had to watch out, though. Nick Sorensen, the linebacker for the Vermillion Tanagers, read that perfectly. He was going to jump the route if he could, but the wide receiver, the tight end, Owen Heath, saw Nick Sorensen, the blitzing linebacker, and made sure he chipped him just enough. The pass nonetheless falls incomplete. And now brings up 2nd down and 10. Clock has stopped, 3:23 first quarter. And now, a little bit of confusion from the officials. Head coach Tom O'Boyle was in the ear of the nearest official, and now Gary Culver, the defensive coordinator for the Vermillion Tanagers, is even making his way out onto the field just slightly. Conversation sorted out. They ask for a wide receiver, maybe some blood. Jacob Crumptius is going to have to come off the field, and now coming in to replace him will be Mason Burns. So it looks like, I believe, blood for Jacob. He has to come off the field for just a moment. Once again, 2nd down and 10. One in motion is Zerpel. Fake the handoff. Quick little pass over on the screen play, trying to get it to Braden Derricks. Derricks slips one tackle, but he's going to be wrapped up by 2 other Tanagers covering there, including the 2 linebackers of Sorensen and Jack Kratz. A gain of 2 yards, 3rd down and 8. Again, just a quick little wide receiver screen to Braden Derricks, and he's the main target as well for Gavin Cook, coming into the game over 40 receptions for over 600 yards and 7 touchdowns for Braden Derricks. 2:35 first quarter. Again, 3rd down and 8 for the West Central Trojans, who have the ball spotted at the 36-yard line. Shotgun formation for Cook. Claps his hands together. Now gets the football. He's looking over to the far side, and it's going to be just beyond the reach of Derricks. Falls incomplete, and you have to feel this time it's going to be punting West Central Trojans, and they change out the personnel. So Vermillion allows West Central to pick up a 1st down on 4th down and 1. But don't allow the Trojans to go any further than 2 yards. And now deep back to return is Jeremy Crow, standing at the 30-yard line. Again, it is Zerpel who is the punter. And now a timeout called by the Vermillion Tanagers as the special teams were not lined up correctly. Gary Culver shows his frustration and will call his Tanagers over. 2:23 first quarter. It's Vermillion 7, West Central 0. By the way, congratulations to the West Central Trojans softball team, who won their 6th straight championship in a row this past week. Wow, congratulations to that softball team on their amazing accomplishment, not just this year, but also in the past few years, beating Del Rapids St. Mary's just the other day, 10-0. Other scores from around the state of South Dakota, we do have the Del Rapids Madison game pulled up right now, 7-0. Madison is leading it over Del Rapids, 3:13 first quarter there. Del Rapids, though, just past the 50-yard line. All right, back inside the dome. Zerpel standing at his own 28, ready to punt it off to the West Central Trojans as they spread it out on the punt formation. It's a low snap being fumbled around, and it's not going to be got back on top of by Justin Zerpel, but instead Vermillion Tanagers are there. It wasn't Skogsberg. I believe it was Sorensen who comes up with the recovery. 2 Tanagers, Sorensen and Skogsberg were both there, and Vermillion falls on top of the fumbled snap on the punt for West Central, and they will set up 1st down and 10, ball at the 32-yard line. So usually special teams is just atrocious for the Tanagers. They got it corrected last week against Del Rapids, and now already against West Central, it's working in their favor. Tanagers set up 1st down and 10, ball at the 32-yard line. Jack Kratz, shotgun formation. Quick little pass, going to get it over to his wide receiver, completed and cut down. Nice completion holding on there. Connor Larson, after he took a shot in the head. A pickup of 7 yards. Bring up 2nd down and 3. Jack Kratz, though, has been dynamite so far in the football game. Already 4 of 5 in the passing game for 31 yards. Vermillion on their last offensive possession took over 1st and goal at the 7. Jeremy Crow was able to punch it in from 6 yards out on his first rushing touchdown of the season. Speaking of Crow, they're going to hand it off to him. He cuts it up to the 25, but then gets punished there by Logan Maris. Logan, that middle linebacker, they call him the Mike linebacker, the leading tackler for the team, make sure Crow goes nowhere on a great open field tackle at the 25-yard line. A pickup of 1 for Crow. And make it 3rd down and 2 for the Vermillion Tanagers. 2 wide receivers split to the left side. Sheffield alone at the numbers on the far side. Kratz shotgun formation, looks over to the left. He's trying to go deep to zone Robinson. Robinson had a defender all over him, and a late penalty flag comes in. Robinson almost played more of the penalty there than the football, and he's lucky to get the penalty there. Say Robinson saw the pass was going to be short, made sure the defender never turned his head around, played into it, and picks up the flag, but also have to give good presence there to Robinson. As I mentioned, he knew he had outran the pass from Jack Kratz, so just played back into the defender with never turning around. Jacob Crump's there. So 15-yard penalty on pass interference, automatic first down, brings the football all the way to the 13-yard line. Vermillion Tanagers will set up first down and 10. 1:03 first quarter. Vermillion, 4th ranked in Class 11A, leads it over West Central, 3rd ranked, 7-0. 2 wide receivers split to the far right. Robinson alone at the numbers. It's going to be a quarterback keeper by Jack Kratz. No, it's option. Pitches out last second to Crow. And a great job once again by Logan Maris, along with, in there on the tackle, Tommy Berg coming in and wrapping up Crow as well. But a great job by West Central just to read the option and not allow it to go anywhere. 2 yards on the pickup. 2nd down and 8 for the Vermillion Tanagers. Shotgun formation once again for Kratz, standing at the 17-yard line. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. It's going to be Kratz who shakes off one defender but then falls over. Too much contact there by Caden Hall. Jack Kratz shook off the tackle for a moment of Caden Hall, but as he saw his eyes get big, trying to get it across the goal line, he trips his own self up, gets it down to the 5. It'll bring up a 3rd down and 2 for the Vermillion Tanagers as we see triple zeros on the scoreboard. And after 1, Vermillion leads it 7-0 over the West Central Trojans. You're listening to Vermillion Football, presented by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN, along with Vermillion Streaming. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Most new systems today, it's important to remember to maintain the warranty. You need to show proof of service. Things that you can expect from Larry's Heating and Cooling Comfort Care Club are prompt, timely service, 2 maintenances, and respect. If you ever have an issue, from Lennox to Carrier and everything in between, we're there for you. For any inquiries about our pricing, feel free to call us at 1-800-491-9461. Anytime, any day.
Let's protect it.
A new building project has been something you've wanted for a long time, or thinking about updating the home but don't know where to begin? AMS Building Systems in Vermillion is the right place. From custom homes, commercial buildings, and in-home designs, it's all about keeping it local. In fact, AMS has their own team of carpenters and utilize many local subcontractors. Visit amsbuilding.com to get your next project started today and check out their completed work.
Back into action here. Begin the second quarter. A handoff to Jeremy Crow. Crow stretches. He's going to get down to the 1-yard line. First down and goal for the Vermillion Tanagers on the 4-yard pickup from Jeremy Crow as we're quickly back into action to start the second quarter. It was 3rd down in a long 1.5 for the Vermillion Tanagers, but again, handoff to Jeremy Crow. He's going for his 2nd rushing touchdown of the football game and of the season. But again, first down and goal, ball at the 1-yard line. Jack Kratz runs on the play late. He'll send out the troops. 2 wide receivers split to the near side. Robinson alone at the numbers far side. Now Larson in motion, moving from right to left. It's going to be a quarterback keeper. Kratz puts his head down. Goal line stand, though, by the West Central Trojans. In there on the tackle, Tommy Berg, along with Dult and Mudler to make sure Kratz was not able to get it across the goal line. Brings up second down and goal. Great stand there by the Trojans. Bend but don't break. It's just beyond the 1 yard line. At the 1 foot. Shotgun formation once again for Jack Kratz. And by the way, Kratz can go underneath center. He does it plenty of times. Shotgun though, stay at the 6. Fakes the handoff to Crow. He stretches for the goal line. I don't know if he got there, but the hands go up. He did, according to the officials. Touchdown Vermillion, 10:38, second quarter. Vermillion strikes quickly. They now lead it 13-0. As I mentioned, it was close. He got bottled up right about there at the 1, got his legs taken out from underneath of him, and as he fell forward, he just stretched out the hands to get there. And the officials say he did. Touchdown for Jack Kratz and the Vermillion Tangers. Knutson on to attempt the extra point. It's blocked. Blocked at the line. No good. 13-0. Vermillion leads it over West Central. 10:38, second quarter. Let's step aside. We'll be back in 60 seconds here on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming.
Larry here with
Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
Need a new set of tires? Look to Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford. How about some accessories like WeatherTech floor mats, Access roll-up truck covers, bed liners, remote car starters, and thousands of other products. Hey, you can look at everything at your convenience online too at carlsonsbodyshop.com. No wonder the song says,
Bring it down to Carlson's Body Shop, your complete car care center.
Luke Knutson has it teed up. Vermillion leads it 13-0. 10:38, second quarter. Puts a boot into this one. It's going to go right about the 11-yard line. Drop for a moment. Picked up by Jacob Krempschus. He finds some space up the middle. Ooh, and the turf monster comes out of nowhere and says, down you go. Falls to about the 29-yard line. It looked like he was getting ready to make a cut move. Try to bounce it to the left. But again, the turf monster said, nope, not today. Again, a different environment than what most are used to. Again, the play inside the Dakota Dome. Not the only turf field, of course, but the only inside facility here in the state of South Dakota. And, of course, it's a beautiful one after it was renovated last fall. 2 wide receivers split to either side. A quick little wide receiver screen to Jacob Krempschus, and a penalty flag. There it comes for a high tackle around the head. It's going to be a face mask on the Vermillion Tangers. A completion of 7 yards for Gavin Cook to Krempschus, and then, again, a high tackle will add on a face mask penalty and give a first down to the West Central Trojans. Move the football all the way to the 42-yard line. Just the accidental 5-yard kind of face mask. As again, it was not really necessarily a face mask, just a high tackle on the helmet. But it's going to be called every single time. Cook is shouting out things to his wide receivers last moment. Shotgun formation with Zerpel to the left. Takes the snap and he's going to hand it off to Zerpel. Oh my goodness, he got blown up in the backfield. And no, he shook off a tackle. Zerpel continues to go, breaks off more tackles. A man possessed. I thought he was taken down. He was spun to the ground, but his knee never touched. He jumped back up and then took off running for another 22 yards, past the 40, all the way down to the 39-yard line. My goodness. Justin Zerpel on a SportsCenter top 10 run there. Past the 50-yard line, down to the 39, first down and 10 for the Trojans. Hand it back off to the crazy man. He tries to get it somewhere. This time Vermillion's going to make sure that he's bottled up and has nowhere to go. A loss of 2 on the carry. Second down and 12. Oh, I'm still lost on that carry. Again, he got spun up, ripped down, it looked like, in the backfield, but all of a sudden he jumped up out of nowhere. I mean, guys were standing around thinking the play was over. He got up and took off running. And the officials never blew the whistle. Heads up play as well by Justin Zerpel. 2nd down and 12. Cook shotgun formation with trip split to the left. Fake the handoff. Get it to the quick wide receiver screen. Brain Derricks, who cuts it back up the middle. Past the 30. Derricks bounces it to the outside. The 15, the 10, gone. Touchdown, West Central on the 42-yard wide receiver screen. And the Trojans answer back to the 13 points of the Vermillion Tanagers. Braden Derricks on his 8th receiving touchdown of the season. 42 yards, and again, perfect wide receiver screen that was set up. He just bounced it back to the middle, saw no one was on the backside, and able to score for the Trojans. And now Berg on to attempt the extra point. It's a low snap, picked up off the turf. Plenty of leg through the uprights, and it's good. West Central cuts it to a 6-point lead. 8:42, second quarter. You're listening to Vermillion football take on West Central in a top 5 clash in Class 11A. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming.
Machine in Beersford is your full-service quality John Deere dealer. From the latest John Deere combines and tractors to lawn equipment you can count on, Peterson Machine in Beersford will bring you the best value for your dollar, along with professional service and parts to keep you going. Check out the big selection of used equipment as well. Need a hard-working farm hand? Peterson Machine also carries a full line of Polaris ATVs and UTVs ready for the toughest jobs. No matter what the job, Polaris keeps you going. Check the full inventory at petersonmachine.com.
The Vermillion Medical
An illness to need a doctor. You don't need to feel sick to feel better. You don't need to be unwell to get well. What you do need is a primary care physician or provider at Sanford Health. Better health care starts with regular wellness visits and a familiar face who knows you, your concerns, and your goals. We're here before you need us. We're here when you need us. We're here after you need us. We're here for you. Sanford Health. Health lives here.
West Central Trojans have it teed up after the 42-yard touchdown pass. My goodness, this Berg guy's got a good leg into him. Kicks it all the way back to the 3-yard line where Robinson is going to get cut down from behind at the 16-yard line and put Vermillion in tough territory. They'll have to go 84 yards for a touchdown. They'll set up 1st down and 10, 8:36, second quarter. Great wide receiver screen that's been cut out most of the time by the Vermillion Tanagers. On the last possession for the West Central Trojans, finally able to make something happen. And again, on the scoreboard. While we have a chance, we'll take a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota here in just a moment. As it's Madison right now over Del Rapids, 14-0. Also, Dakota Valley and Sioux Falls Christian tied at 7 apiece. Here we go, 1st down and 10. Kratz will go underneath center, turn around and hand it off to his running back, Jeremy Crow, who was met right at the line of scrimmage. A gain of nothing. 2nd down and 10. Other scores from Class 11A. St. Thomas More on top of Belle Fourche, 14-0. Canton and Chamberlain are tied at 7 apiece. That's 8 minutes left in the first quarter there. And Millbank on top of Webster area, 7-3. As that scores from inside Class 11A. 8 minutes, second quarter, back inside the dome. Back to pass, just lobbing one up in the air, and it's going to fall incomplete. Sheffield wanted a penalty. They're going to get nothing. Kratz, had pressure in his face and just decided to lob one up in the air. Falls incomplete, unlike Jack Kratz. That was also his first pass of the second quarter. He's now 4 of 6 in the passing game for 31 yards tonight. 13-7, 7:54 with the clock stopped, second quarter. 3rd down and 10 for the Vermillion Tanagers. Last couple offensive possessions, they really haven't faced a 3rd down. Or does head coach Tom O'Boyle have drawn up as he's facing a long way to go right now. It's going to be a quarterback keeper to the near side. Getting to the 20, down to the 21. A pickup of 5 yards. Not even really breathing room, just a nice little pickup by Jack Kratz for the Vermillion Tanagers. But still bring up 4th down. And Vermillion will have to punt it away with the ball at the 21-yard line. Again, Ty Hertz is the traditional punter for the Vermillion Tanagers, but not playing tonight. He was cleared after he took a deep bruise the other night against Del Rapids, but has not been on the field yet this evening. Now again, low snap and just putting a little pooch punt into it. It'll bounce at the 44 and just kind of stop there, start rolling back the Tanager way. Zone Robinson there to down it at about the 46-yard line. West Central will take over 1st down and 10 with an opportunity to take the lead here in the second quarter, 7:08. Great crowd inside the dome as well, as this is one of the most anticipated games of the week, seeing number 3 and number 4 in Class 11A. Again, if you win tonight, guaranteed a playoff spot. What spot? That's well up in the air. So both teams came in tied in seed points at that 3rd position. Shotgun formation on 1st down and 10 for Cook. Claps his hands together, will now look over to the sideline, get a different play call in, start shouting stuff and shouting different numbers out to his offensive line and wide receivers. Claps his hands together once again. This time we'll take the snap. He'll look over to the 50, and it's going to be caught by Jacob Krempschus right there at the 50, a pickup of 4 yards. And bring up 2nd down and 6. After starting with an interception for Gavin Cook on the night, he's starting to turn things around, where he is now 4 of 7 for 55 yards in the passing game tonight. Quickly back in action, wide receivers stacked on top of each other to either side. Shotgun formation for Cook. This time he's going to hand it off to his running back, Justin Zerpel. And Zerpel, besides running possessed on one play, really has found no room in the running game tonight. In fact, that last one, a carry of nothing, make it 3rd down and 5 now. Ball at the 50-yard line for the West Central Trojans. Again, big thank you to our sponsors, including the Vermillion Medical Clinic, AMS Building Systems, Dakota Realty for helping us out with the streaming and broadcast on ESPN Radio once again. Cook shotgun formation. Wide receiver stacked to either side. He's going to keep it himself. The man doesn't run too often. And he's going to get bottled up in the backfield. A loss of 2 yards and bring up 4th down and 8 for the West Central Trojans. And again, that might be a little bit of an indication why he doesn't run as much as he used to. And West Central, after a chance to tie things up, maybe even take the lead, will have to punt it away as the ball is at the 49-yard line. Zerpel stands at the 41. Back to return, Jeremy Crow standing at the 15-yard line for the Vermillion Tanagers. Have to watch the fake as they spread it out on the punt. Zerpel takes the clean snap this time. Last time it was bobbled and picked up, but this one is not going to be fair caught. Fumbled by Jeremy Crow, and West Central is on top of it at the 16-yard line. Jeremy Crow trying to catch it on the run. Doesn't look it in, and West Central there to collect the football. And they'll set up 1st down and 10. Ball at the 16-yard line. In the end, it basically works out to a big pass play for the West Central Trojans. So the Trojans back on the field with Cook and pistol formation. It will be Owen Heath along with Logan Maris to either side. Nope. We're going to have a stoppage in play. The Chains, going into this, we were making smart comments on the sidelines about how a couple weeks ago the Chains got broke. Or they fell apart last time we were inside the dome. And we said we have to avoid that happening because I believe there is not another backup set of Chains here inside the dome. It is just the only set they have. And now the Chains are I don't want to say it, but I think the chains are broke. And again, I don't know if as far as I know, we do not have a backup set of chains here inside the Dakota Dome. Unless they got brought in from the practice facility. There is conversation being had right now on the Tanger sideline, I think, for that question. And it is, do we have another set of chains? You would think in a college facility, they do. But as of right now, I don't think they do. And they're just going to have to go without it. It's going to be first down and 10. Ball at the 16-yard line. They need to get it to the 6. And again, they're still looking to the Vermillion sideline. Maybe they might have some with the practice facility that they brought inside. And now it looks like some USD official is running on. Conversation happening up around here. Mark it down in your books, folks. We are asking the question if we have a backup set of chains, as the one has broke. And again, we talked about this jokingly in our pregame conversations with Jason Huska, saying, hey guys, by the way, don't disconnect the chains like you did last time you played here, because we had an issue. We don't have a backup set of chains. And now they're trying to fix it. Never have I heard of a football game being delayed because of the chains breaking. The chain crew just got ahead of themselves after the fumbled punt. They were trying to rush down, get things set up. I'm not for sure if someone stood on top of it as they were running or if they got tripped and it ripped off. But the chains are broke, and that's why we have a delay here inside the Dakota Dome. And it looks like the practice facility chains have made their way inside the dome. We do see 2 new orange sticks along the far sideline. How about this? 5:12, second quarter. These chains are going to work. After a delay, we have a new set of chains. We think. We have to stretch them out to make sure they go 10 yards. They do. We're good to go. A backup set of chains has been brought onto the field. We're ready to go. First down and 10. After the fumbled snap, back in to Friday Night Lights between the Vermillion Tangers and the West Central Trojans. How about that? It'll be shotgun formation with the running backs on either side and Zerpel behind Cook. They're going to hand it off to Zerpel, and he's going to get met at the 15-yard line, fall forward for 2 yards, and after a 5-minute delay to get new chains, we're back in action. Justin Zerpel carries it for 2 yards. Second down and 8. West Central could take momentum here going late into the first half and even into the halftime locker room. Pistol formation this time for Cook. Claps his hands together. It's a high snap. Gets behind him. He has to pick it up at the 30-yard line. He's just scrambling around. Throws it out of bounds. Will fall incomplete. Heads-up awareness by Gavin Cook. It was a high snap. Went over his head. Able to pick it up. Kept his eyes downfield. No wide receivers open. And again, falls incomplete. So third down and 8 now for the West Central Trojans. They have been tough go on third down tonight. They are 1 of 4. 2 wide receivers split to the near side. Fake the handoff to Justin Zerpel. Looking over to the corner. This one is going to be deflected away by Jack Kratz and will fall incomplete. All right, do we see a field goal attempt come on from Tommy Berg? Tommy, in the field goal kicking game, is 3 of 4 this season. We've also seen Braden Derricks kick a field goal where he missed out earlier. But it looks like Tommy Berg will come on to attempt the field goal. It will be a 31-yard field goal for the left-footed kicker. Lined up on the right hash for the 31-yard field goal. The chip into the Tanger lead. A high snap. It's going to be up and pushing to the right side. No good. Vermillion will bend but not break on defense. And after a pause in the chains, Vermillion holds on to their lead 13-7. With West Central not able to either take the lead or chip into it after the fumbled punt by Jeremy Crow. And Vermillion will set up first down and 10. Ball at the 20-yard line, 4:28. Second quarter. Vermillion has 2 timeouts remaining in this first half after they had the burn one on special teams back in the first quarter. Shotgun formation for Kratz. The quick little pass completes it out to Larson, and Larson is going to be hit at the knees and spun to the ground at the 25-yard line. Pickup of 5 yards brings up second down and 5. Kratz in the passing game is 5 of 7 for 36 yards. Again, Tangers would love to use all of the clock here. West Central will get the football to start the second half. 2 wide receivers to the near side. Sheffield alone to the far side. They look over to him. Sheffield catches it at the 30. Tries to shake past his defender. Not going to work, but completes it for 7 yards. And Sheffield, 19 yards in the receiving game for him this evening. First down and 10 for Vermillion. Ball at the 32-yard line. Quick look at scores from around the state of South Dakota. Madison is all over Del Rapids right now with 4 minutes left in the first half, 21-0. Dakota Valley and Sioux Falls Christian are halftime tied up at 7 apiece. 3:27, low snap. Kratz picks it up, throws it over to Sheffield. It's a low pass, but Sheffield able to collect it as he falls to the ground. A completion of 3 yards, bring up second down and 7. Other scores, St. Thomas More all over Belfouche, 14-0, and Canton and Chamberlain are still tied at 7 apiece, but that score has not changed in some time. 3 minutes and ticking here at H. Lauren Lewis Field inside the Dakota Dome. Shotgun formation once again for Jack Kratz standing at the 29-yard line. Looking back to pass, floats one over the middle, too tall for his wide receiver. Sheffield falls incomplete, and now third down and 7. Vermillion would like to pick up a first down here. If they don't, it would be punting time and giving West Central the football back with plenty of time remaining in this first half. The Trojans, they do have all 3 timeouts left. But right now, Vermillion with the football. Ball at the 35-yard line. Shotgun formation for Jack Kratz with Jeremy Crow lined up on his left side. 2 wide receivers split to the far side. Sheffield alone at the numbers on the near side. It's going to be a wide receiver screen, working it back and not able to cut upfield is Zone Robinson as he's cut right down at the line of scrimmage, a pickup of nothing. And it's going to bring up fourth down and 7. And Vermillion's going to have to punt the football with the clock after the completed pass still moving. And now Coach Hernandez of the West Central Trojans wants a timeout. Will step aside and take the timeout with them. It's 13-7, Vermillion on top of West Central. We're back in 30 seconds on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming.
I've got a math question for you. When you add tolerance, subtract prejudice, and multiply efforts to treat one another with respect, what do you get? Less division. And school sports have it down to a science. Looking for an example of what can happen when we realize there's more that unites us than divides us? Look no further than high school sports in South Dakota.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
At PetersonMachine.com.
(13-7). 2:26 first half. Vermillion, after the West Central timeout, will finally take the field. Punting the football will be, again, Jack Kratz, the replacement punter for the other punter and also quarterback, Ty Hertz. Split 2 wide receivers to either side. I should say 2 return men to either side. Back deep to return. And this one's almost blocked. A high punt. Back deep to return is Braden Derricks. He's just going to let this one bounce, and it's going to roll out of bounds right about the 31-yard line. West Central will take over 1st and 10. Again, close for it to be blocked there by the Trojans as they weren't really coming after it. But neither was Jack Kratz deep back on the punt, staying just 6 yards away from the line of scrimmage. Again, it almost looked like shotgun formation. So West Central sets up 1st down and 10. Ball at the 30-yard line. They need to go 70 yards for a score to tie it up against the Vermillion Tanagers. Cook shotgun formation and a false start on Jacob Michaels. The left tackle. Move it back 5 yards. 1st down and 15. Ball at the 25. So now the Trojans need to go 75 yards for a score and to tie it up with 2:20 remaining in this first half. Vermillion got the first 13 points, including an early score in the second quarter. Otherwise, it's been quiet, mostly the Trojans here in this second quarter. Back to pass is Cook. The blitz is on. He's going to get hit as he throws. Falls incomplete. He didn't even fall to the ground, though, the tough Gavin Cook. Incomplete pass, though. 2nd down and 15. For the West Central Trojans. Coming up at halftime, we'll have our first half statistics along with our Vermillion Booster conversation. In fact, 2 different conversations coming up tonight, including a business that's always giving back to the Vermillion Boosters and how one coach benefits to what the Boosters are able to do for her. That's coming up on our halftime segment presented by the Vermillion Boosters. 2 wide receivers to either side. A wide receiver screen is going to be complete to Jacob Krempsches. He breaks off a 1 tackle and is going to be wrapped up, taken down at the 33-yard line. A pickup of 8 yards. 3rd down and 7 for the West Central Trojans. Again, the Trojans need to move quickly. 1:53 and ticking remaining in this first half. 2 wide receivers split to either side. Cook claps his hands together. Shouting for it now. Now we'll stop, look over to the far sideline to Coach Hernandez, who's calling out the play. 2 wide receivers, again, lined up to either side. It's a low snap at the knees, picked up by Cook. Looks over the middle. It's going to be knocked away by this safety, Luke Knutson, and a penalty comes in late. A penalty comes in late against pass interference on Luke Knutson, what looked like a perfect pass defended by the backup free safety. And a 15-yard penalty will be a 1st down upcoming for the Trojans. Mark the ball all the way to the 48-yard line. And a couple headsets went flying for the Vermillion Tanagers. So 1st down and 10 after the PI. Ball at the 48-yard line. 2 wide receivers split to either side once again for Cook. Takes the low snap, looking downfield to the left side. He fires this way, going to complete it to Derricks at the 35. Shakes off 1 tackler, and he was pushed out of bounds at the 26. A pickup of 32 yards. 1st down and 10 for the West Central Trojans. Ball at the 26-yard line. 88 seconds remaining before halftime. 13-7, Vermillion on top of West Central. Cook looks over to the far sideline. They shout out the numbers. Everybody looks down to the left wrist. Standing at the 31, shotgun formation for Cook. Zerpel to his left, back to pass. Looks over quickly to the wide receiver screen. Completed to Derricks. Derricks up to the 25 and taken down at the 24. A completion of 2. Bring up 2nd down and 8. 1:10 with the clock moving. Again, the Trojans have 2 timeouts remaining. Justin Zerpel's looking up at the clock saying, guys, we have to go. 60 seconds and now under. Again, West Central still trying to get the offense sorted out. 2 wide receivers split to the far side. Alone at the numbers is Gage Nelson to the near side. Scrambling to that far side is Cook, keeping his eyes downfield. Low pass, trying to get it to Derricks, falls incomplete. And will bring up 3rd down and 8 for the West Central Trojans. A missed field goal already by Tommy Berg from 32 yards out. West Central could think about going for it or bringing out Berg and trying. Berg definitely has the leg. But right now it would be a far one, about a 34-yard attempt or so. Again, he pushed a 32-yarder to the right side earlier, but had plenty of leg. Shotgun formation on 3rd down and 8. Cook looking to the left side, fires that way. It's a high pass, pulled down though by Braden Derricks, and he's shoved out of bounds at the 2-yard line. A completion of 22 yards to Braden Derricks. And West Central will have it 1st down and goal. And with Derricks going out of bounds, it stops the clock with 41 seconds remaining. Cook, shotgun formation, standing at the 7 with Zerpel, the running back, behind it. But he's going to hand it off to Logan Maris, who just puts his head down, and Logan Maris scores. And West Central has put up 13 unanswered points, and we're tied inside the Dakota Dome with 38 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Logan Maris on his first carry of the night. It's a result of a touchdown. And now Tommy Berg on to kick the extra point to take the lead for the Trojans. Berg, the left-footed kicker, waits the snap. Clean snap, puts plenty of leg in it, and it's through the pipes. West Central leads it over Vermillion on 14 unanswered points with 38 seconds remaining before halftime, 14-13. You're listening to the clash of the Titans between number 3 West Central, number 4 Vermillion, and Class 11A. We're back in 60 seconds on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming.
Electric Service with shops in Pierre and Vermillion. We offer a full spectrum of electrical services covering Central, North Central, and Southeast South Dakota. We are licensed, insured, and ready to work on your agricultural, commercial, or residential project. Need a quote? Give us a call. Todd's Electric Service, the line to power.
I'm Brady and the crew at East River Property.
We're a little bit different here at Vermillion Federal Credit Union. See, unlike banks, we're a member-owned not-for-profit institution, meaning members like you are the owners, and the profits are returned through better fees and lower rates.
Hey you, down in front!
And since our members are our owners, we exist to serve you and make sure that you're as comfortable as possible here. So come on in and act like you own the place, because you do.
Open your free checking account today. Vermillion Federal Credit Union.
You could say a tale of two quarters, and right now West Central has dominated the second quarter, and they lead it 14-13 with 38 seconds remaining before halftime. On the kickoff attempt, Robinson picks it up at the 18, returns it right about the 34-yard line, where the Vermillion Tanagers will set up 1st down and 10. Now, Tanagers were put in this kind of situation last week where they were contempt on just heading into halftime, but a big pickup of 27 yards on a carry from Jack Kratz, and then taking a shot for the end zone, 50-yard touchdown completion, opened up a little bit of a lead for the Vermillion Tanagers against Del Rapids right before halftime. Again, that was last week. Vermillion with 2 timeouts. We'll see what they decide to go with here to open up this drive. 2 wide receivers split to the far side. Sheffield alone on the near side. It's going to be a quarterback keeper by Jack Kratz as he just piles his way right up the middle to about the 38-yard line or so when a timeout used by head coach Tom O'Boyle. So Jack Kratz takes it for about 5 yards or so. And then Tom O'Boyle will use the timeout, thinking about the situation. We'll keep it right here with our Vermillion Booster halftime show, an extended halftime show with 2 great conversations. Let's take a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota before halftime. Duels on top of Sisseton in Class 11A, 28-0. Again at halftime, Dakota Valley and Sioux Falls Christian are deadlocked at 7 apiece. At halftime, Madison on top of Del Rapids 28-0. And other scores at halftime, Canton on top of Chamberlain 14-7. And also Millbank is leading it over Webster area 21-3. Lennox and Tri-Valley, due to ref shortages, will not play until tomorrow night in Lennox at 5 p.m. And that score is from Class 11A. 2nd down and 5. 2 wide receivers split to the near side. After the timeout, Jack Kratz will now put Crow in motion, all alone in the backfield. He looks over to Crow at the near sideline, throws one up. It's going to be bobbled and caught by Jeremy Crow. It was knocked in the air by Logan Maris, and Crow comes up with the completion down to the 46-yard line. A pickup of 19 yards on the completion, and now Jack Kratz will just spike the football with 1 timeout remaining. 17 seconds left in this first half. What a great concentration play by Jeremy Crow to come down with the pass. Again, Logan Maris, the middle linebacker, came up and met it at its highest point just to tip it up. But Crow, keeping his eyes on it, saw it come down, stretch back, and was able to grab it. Vermillion has it 2nd down and 10 after the spike ball at the 46-yard line. And now a little bit of confusion by the Vermillion Tanagers, they're going to reset the clock. They're going to set it from 17 seconds remaining to 21 seconds back on the clock. 14-13, the Trojans on top of the Tanagers. Vermillion with 1 timeout left to use. 2 wide receivers split to the near side. Robinson alone on the far side. Now Larson will move in motion. Quick little pass over to Sheffield. Completes it at the 40 and gets himself down to the 35. It's a pickup of 11 yards for Sheffield. And again, we'll stop the clock for just a moment. Quickly getting back to the line of scrimmage. No, the Tanagers will use a timeout. They'll use their last timeout with 18 seconds remaining before halftime. 14-13. Vermillion, halfway through the first quarter, was able to get Jeremy Crow across the goal line for his first rushing touchdown of the football game. Vermillion would add a quick score to begin this second quarter on a Jack Kratz 1-yard touchdown run. The extra point was blocked, but Vermillion led it at 10:38 remaining in this first half, 13-0. But it's been all West Central after that point, including getting that Logan Maris touchdown with 38 seconds remaining before halftime. The extra point, of course, good both times. That's how the Trojans lead it 14-13 over Vermillion. But the Tanagers looking to strike right before halftime. 1st down and 10, ball at the 35-yard line, 18 seconds. Trips to the near side. Zone Robinson all by himself over to the left. It's a deep pass trying to work it to Sheffield. Comes back, completes it. Sheffield down to the 1-yard line. Tanagers hurrying. The clock is stopped to reset the chains. The Tanagers still running. 12 seconds, the clock is still snapped. Kratz is waiting for them to set the football. And now able to spike it with 6 seconds. I believe they're going to have to reset the clock once again as the clock started to roll without the officials setting down the football. But a big completion of 34 yards has Vermillion set up 1st down and goal at the 2-yard line. They will not reset the clock. Head coach Tom O'Boyle shows his frustration. But again, the clock stopped with 6 seconds remaining. 14-13. 2nd down and goal. 2 wide receivers. Larson in motion, moving from right to left. And now Coach Hernandez wants to use the timeout and will extend the drama right before halftime. And fans, don't go anywhere. If you're excited just for the end of the first half, get ready for the second half. It's going to be exactly this. We knew coming into this, it was going to be punches thrown by both teams, and that's exactly what a treat we've gotten. If you thought Vermillion opening up a 13-0 lead was going to blow this one open, you were mistaken. West Central has fought their way back into it, but Vermillion looking to get the last knockout blow before they send him to the locker rooms. Again, 6 seconds remaining in this first half. Trojans holding on to a 1-point lead. Second down and goal. The Teenagers would have an opportunity on a pass quickly for the end zone. Falls incomplete. They would probably get a second opportunity at it. And that's what you have to be saying right now if you're head coach Tom O'Boyle, as he still has his troops gathered. Sends them out, still saying his last points of emphasis. Here comes Vermillion. West Central standing at the 1-yard line. Vermillion, second down and goal. Ball at the 2, and now the officials are going to gather. 2 officials right over the football. They have their words of conversation. The drama extends for a moment longer. 2 wide receivers split to the far left. Sheffield alone at the numbers on the right side. Shotgun formation for Jack Kratz. Takes the helmet high snap, a fader to the end zone. Caught by Sheffield. Touchdown Vermillion with 2 seconds remaining before halftime. Vermillion throws the last punch. 19-14. And again, this is just the first half. A fade and a jump ball up to Sheffield, the trusty wide receiver, able to pull it down. And Vermillion, coming into this, just had 38 seconds to work it down the field. They do exactly that and are able to strike right before halftime. Now Vermillion wants to get it back to a 7-point game. They are 4 of 8 on 2-point conversions so far this season. Kratz looks over to the far side. It's going to be completed for the first completion of the season. 2-point conversion to Nick Sorensen. 21-14, 2 seconds remain. Again, the clock doesn't move anywhere on a 2-point conversion, but Vermillion takes the lead right before halftime. And it gets the Tanagers, and mostly red for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the student section in pink. A majority of the fans on their feet. West Central fans who have come out in full force tonight to the Dome, making the trip just past Sioux Falls, are right now quiet. 21-14, but again, there's going to be plenty of fireworks yet to come. This one's already been a great one so far here in the Dakota Dome. But this is what happens when number 3 and number 4 in Class 11A meet. So far a treat. Definitely going to be more of that coming up in the second half. As I mentioned, the Vermillion Booster halftime show is coming up here in just a moment. What can the Vermillion Booster businesses do for not only the Vermillion Boosters, but back to the high school? We're about to hear a great conversation with one business and how they're giving back to the Vermillion Boosters, and then how the Vermillion Boosters are able to give back to the students at Vermillion High School. 21-14, Luke Knutson has it teed up at the 40-yard line. We'll see if maybe a squib is just coming. Don't really want to give Derricks or Kremsches a chance to return. Knutson puts a low roller into it. It's going to be caught by the up back at the 35, trying to bounce to the outside. Nowhere to go. Taken down by Sheffield. On the return there was Leighton Johnson, the sophomore. Again, taken down at the 35-yard line, and Vermillion will strike right before halftime. They lead it 21-14 as we head into the halftime locker room. The Vermillion Booster halftime show is on the way here in 30 seconds on Vermillion streaming along with ESPN 1015 AM 1570 KVTK.com. We're back in 30 seconds.
Vermillion Medical Clinic has an ongoing mission to provide areas with quality health care and convenient access to medical professionals. Our patients at Vermillion Medical Clinic value our dedicated primary care physicians, compassionate PAs, and consistently scheduled outreach specialty care. If you have health questions, need a screening, or have medical concerns for yourself or family members, call us for an appointment or visit VermillionMedicalClinic.com. So much care, so close to home.
Look us up on YouTube.
Welcome back inside the Dakota Dome. This is the Vermillion Booster halftime show here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, along with KVTK.com and Vermillion Streaming. We'll get you first half statistics, take a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota, and relive the first half. That's all on the way here on the halftime show. But right now, with the Vermillion Booster halftime show, we always like to catch up with special guests and see how they are always helping the Vermillion Boosters and how the Vermillion Boosters are giving back to Vermillion. So right now, let's begin with one business that is always helping the Vermillion Booster Club, whether it's donating money or giving pizza and always making contributions. It's Colin Lind joining us right now on the Vermillion Booster halftime show to talk a little bit more about what Pizza Ranch in Vermillion is doing specifically to help out the Vermillion Boosters. Colin, helping out with the Vermillion Boosters and everything that you do for Vermillion High School has been so important. And let's begin right away with what you all do. How do you help the Vermillion Boosters, and how do you help these students with Vermillion High School continue to grow with all the things they have access to because of your donations to the Vermillion Booster Club?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you asking that question. Here at the Vermillion Pizza Ranch, we really value the importance of community involvement, whether it's through community impact nights or sponsoring, especially like our high school booster club here. Obviously, we are a sponsor, so we do provide a donation to help them for funding, whether it's for equipment or a new field or lights or anything like that. But we also partner up with the booster club and give a good deal as well for pizzas. So when you do come out to the concession stand, you guys can get Pizza Ranch pizza, whether it's at a soccer game. You can also see it at a basketball game or a volleyball game as well. So those are some key things in what we see is valuable to help our athletes here in Vermillion perform at the highest level and have a great competitive advantage, at least when they are competing.
Yeah, you don't need to tell me about the Pizza Ranch pizza at concessions. I've taken advantage of that many of times during Vermillion Athletics. It's always a perfect choice to go to. My next question is, Colin, why do you do this? I mean, I know you talk about the community involvement, but why is it that you want to help out Vermillion so specifically and continue to make this growth for those student athletes?
Yeah, when it comes down to it is I was in a community that was a little bit smaller, and we were losing businesses and we were losing students. Mm-hmm. And the boosters that were involved there, it was amazing just for even my classes and my grades to be able to touch and do advantage of that. But really it's to give back so we can keep our high school humming, so we can keep the growth of the community going, because that's better for everyone. So it's not just it's good for Pizza Ranch. It's really better for the community to have a lot of positive engagement and keep attracting people to come to Vermillion. That's really a big reason why, is we want to see Vermillion continue to grow.
And you have really helped make it grow as well, bringing Pizza Ranch here to Vermillion and giving access to all the great things that you give back to the Vermillion High School. Continuing on with our conversation as working with Pizza Ranch, as being the owner and manager of this branch here in Vermillion, how easy is it to give back to the Vermillion Boosters for all our listeners out there that want to be a part of the Vermillion Booster Club but aren't sure how they can do so?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the number one way would be by just providing a monetary donation. That's a big deal, whether it's $10 or more. They're welcome to all, whether you're a personal booster or business booster. But another way I would say is getting involved and being at these sporting events, helping at the concession stands. I know they would love to have that help, and it goes a long way for those kids too. So those are some good, easy ways, and there's a great amount of people that would love to have you.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about helping out with the Vermillion Boosters and always being able to give back, and that's exactly what we're always encouraging each and every week here, a part of the Vermillion Booster halftime show. And Colin, want to say so much of a thank you and appreciation to not only what you do, but with also Vermillion Pizza Ranch and always helping out the Vermillion Boosters, and of course always providing the great pizza and so much more that you do behind the scenes games. So a big thank you to our broadcasting team and a big thank you from the Vermillion Boosters, Colin, for all of your hard work. And going directly off of that, what the Vermillion Boosters are able to do with your donations then is directly impacted into maybe not the biggest sports. I mean, so often we think, well, all the money goes straight to the Vermillion football team or to the basketball teams, and that's all the money goes to. And these smaller athletics don't get anything. But that's untrue. The Vermillion Boosters are helping out all. And my next guest here on the Vermillion Booster Halftime Show is directly impacted by the Boosters and the contributions they give to her. Joined with Carrie Jensen, the head coach of the tennis team, who had a phenomenal season and are just been benefited by the Vermillion Boosters. But let's first talk about that season and how the girls did with the tennis team. Again, joined with head coach Carrie Jensen of Vermillion. Coach Jensen, though, before we talk Vermillion Boosters, let's talk about the season as it just wrapped up this past week. The girls did a phenomenal job at state. Give us all the details, what happened at state, and the overall with your season impression.
Thanks, Heath. Well, first of all, 2 years ago at the state tournament, we were dead last as a team, and this year we placed 7th out of 13 teams.
Wow.
And of those teams that placed ahead of us, only 2 are actually Class A schools. The rest are actually Double A schools. With population. So just that in a moment right there, I was really impressed with. Plus, all 6 of my varsity players are only freshmen. And so they've just worked really hard all season. And I'm just really impressed with their work ethic and wanting to get better. Tennis is a sport where you rely on yourself. The coach, I can't always be there watching your particular match because all the matches are kind of going on at the same time.
Mhm.
And so you really have to dig deep if you're down and, make yourself accountable. And so I'm just really proud of how the girls played. We just finished up our state tournament this past Monday and Tuesday. We had a good season. We didn't lose to an A school till late when we lost to Rapid City Christian and Sioux Falls Christian, but those 2 teams, I had some injuries, so I didn't even have my full varsity. So I was pretty proud of how the girls played all year.
That is crazy to hear how young this team is, and then to talk about the success that your squad had. How excited does that make you as a coach getting ready for the future and seeing what these young girls are going to be able to accomplish?
Yeah, it's really exciting, and I've also got some 8th graders and 7th graders that compete really hard at practice too. So what we do is we have match playoffs at practice to see who wants to really to get into that varsity position. So I'm really happy about the future. What I like most is they're all just good student athletes. We have a pretty high average GPA also. That makes me pretty proud of the girls, that they put their academics first. And they miss a lot of school too, so you'll see them on the bus with notebooks and their books trying to get homework done because they're missing, but I'm just really proud of how they played and, really excited for the future.
And we talk about this with the Vermillion Booster Halftime Show. Tennis is not maybe a luxury for a lot of schools around the state of South Dakota, and to have it get as much help is always needed. How have the Vermillion Boosters been able to step up and make that happen for your squad?
Yeah, they've been really helpful. One of the biggest things is we got new poles put in at the high school courts. So all summer long I'm up there since the students, a lot of them have open gym or open stuff for, basketball and other sports during the summer. So we can practice at the high school there with those new poles. It was just really helpful to have that done. And so I'm thankful to the Boosters for putting that in so we can do our summer stuff all summer long at those courts. Because we actually host home matches at USD. But to have our home courts available for practice is huge.
Would you like to see home courts, or I should say happen more at Vermillion and less at USD? What's your take on that?
We only have 4 courts at the high school. We also have 4 at the middle school, but having it at split sites kind of isn't ideal where we have 6 courts at USD. So that part I like, for that moment. But otherwise, it's nice to have for practice facilities for the girls. For that, so we'll take it.
You think you can get the Vermillion Boosters to get 2 more courts for you?
We just passed that school bond for a new elementary school over here by the middle school because I teach over here at the middle school, and we have 4 courts over here. I would love to get some more courts put in over here. because I like to recruit my younger people to say, hey, tennis is an option too. It's a lifetime sport. That would be ideal, but I won't cross my fingers. I'd rather have, I don't know, another case of balls instead.
Well, how about we'll take the small steps and eventually work up to that? How's that sound?
Yeah, baby steps work for me. It's hard. Tennis doesn't bring in the money, like football and volleyball. You charge for those events, where tennis is, it's a spectator. It's not really the spectator sport that those others are. So I understand that we're kind of low on the totem pole for people wanting to pay attention to us. But the Booster Club, they've been really helpful, and I do appreciate them.
Yeah, it's always great to see how the boosters continue to spread out that money, not to just, as you mentioned, one or two specific big sports, but it goes to each and every single one. So amazing. Coach Jensen, thank you for the conversation, and you have some fun heading into next year, and we'll continue to watch these girls grow, all right?
Sounds great. Thanks, Heath.
That is the head coach of the Vermillion tennis team, Carrie Jensen, talking about their season as it wrapped up just this past week, and also how much the Vermillion boosters are able to help out the tennis team as well. Once again, this is the Vermillion Booster Halftime Show here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, KVTK.com, along with Vermillion streaming. We are going to pause, and when we come back, we have a look at your first half statistics and scores from around the state of South Dakota as we relive all the exciting action from the first half between Vermillion and West Central. That's on the way next here on ESPN.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blaine's Body Shop. Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Halftime Show here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, KVTK.com, along with Vermillion streaming. Just got done here from Colin Lind along with Carrie Jensen. Two great conversations on how the Vermillion Boosters and businesses that support the Vermillion Boosters are always able to give back to all the student athletes at Vermillion High School. And don't forget, you can also give small donations today. Just as you heard from Colin, you can check out the full Vermillion Booster website for all the details. As we pull up the first half statistics, it was a back and forth affair, and that's all there really is to say to it. In fact, 21-14, Vermillion leads it over West Central here at halftime. Total yards, passing yards, the running game, first downs. I mean, it just has been kind of that kind of game, back and forth. Let's relive all the excitement as we go back to the first quarter where the Vermillion Tanagers were able to strike after a fumbled punt by Justin Zerpel. A bad snap, not able to get back on top of it, gave Vermillion great field position, but were not able to capitalize. But again, an interception by instead Jack Kratz was able to return it all the way back to the 7-yard line where Vermillion would set up first down and goal, and on 2 plays they would finally punch in for Jeremy Crow's first rushing touchdown of the season, making it 7-0. Now Vermillion would answer quickly back in the second quarter, right away in fact, just under 90 seconds into the second quarter with a Jack Kratz 1-yard touchdown run. The extra point was blocked, but Vermillion had a 13-0 lead, but then all momentum shifted the way of the West Central Trojans as it was a big completion of 42 yards from Cook to Derricks on a wide receiver screen. Derricks was able to bounce it from the near numbers all the way to the outside numbers on 42-yard reception and a touchdown, making it 13-7. Then right before halftime, West Central was able to take their first lead of the football game, I should say, on a Logan Maris 2-yard touchdown run, again leading it 14-13. But with 35 seconds remaining before halftime, the Vermillion Tanagers were able to go 67 yards and get in for a score with 2 seconds remaining right before halftime on a 1-yard touchdown pass from Jack Kratz to Makai Sheffield
2-point conversion was good, and that's how we're at our score right now at halftime, 21-14. Again, we talk about in the passing game. So far, we've seen 101 yards from Jack Kratz compared to 119 of Gavin Cook for West Central. Again, the running game has been non-existent really for both teams, just 40 yards in the rushing attack for Vermillion compared to 32 yards for West Central. Total yards, 151 for the Trojans and also 141 for the Vermillion Tanagers. By the way, my mistake on the turnover numbers there. West Central has 2 turnovers in the football game so far here tonight compared to just 1 for the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, this is the Vermillion Booster halftime show. We're going to step aside for 60 seconds, and when we come back, we'll take a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota as plenty of other teams are now into the third quarter. That's on the way next in 60 seconds on ESPN Radio along with Vermillion Streaming.
Optimize your washer for any load and wash the way you want. Industry-first innovation and design lets you remove the agitator to wash a bulky load that needs more space and easily swap it back in whenever you want. It's twice the wash action options and twice the washer you have at home.
Find this and other Whirlpool and Maytag appliances at Merce Appliance in Vermillion. That Pump and Pack told me to keep this video simple, so I don't need to tell you about the great selections on drinks. You probably already know he has a South Dakota DMV now kiosk to renew your license plates. Snacks, too many of those to even mention. Oh, and when you fill up at Pump and Pack, Kevin gives a portion of the money back to a charity. I guess I really don't know what to talk about. Simple enough. Pump and Pack in Vermillion.
Our physician or provider at stanfordhealth.org today.
I'm not for sure what happened, but something just got extremely interesting. Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster halftime show here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570 along KVTK.com and Vermillion Streaming. While we have a chance, let's take a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota. Now, last time checked at halftime, it was 7-7 apiece between Dakota Valley and Sioux Falls Christian, and now I guess with 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, Dakota Valley has added 21 points, and they lead it 28-7 over Sioux Falls Christian. Now, Dakota Valley, usually a powerhouse team in Class 11, has fallen off a little bit this season, but they're all over the Sioux Falls Christian Chargers. Might make a little bit of text messages and see what happened for Dakota Valley to open up such a big lead. In other scores, Madison still leads it on against Del Rapids, 28-0 with 8 minutes remaining in the third quarter. St. Thomas More on top of Belle-Fourche as they get ready to start the second half, 14-0. Also, Canton has opened it up against Chamberlain as they lead it 27-7 with 7 minutes remaining in the third quarter. And also, Millbank is all over Webster area, 34-3. We get set to start the second half. Vermillion has not beaten West Central in high school football in 21 years. You have to go all the way back to the year 2000. And in fact, during that stretch, West Central has outscored Vermillion 741-73, including 13 shutouts during that time. But tonight, Vermillion looking to guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs and continue to boost their seed points against the West Central Trojans. Trojans trying to continue the streak here inside the dome and also help out their seed points as coming into tonight, according to the media, Vermillion ranked 4th, West Central ranked 3rd, but in seed points, what matters on making the playoffs and where you fall at in the playoffs, both teams were tied at the same mark, holding on to that 3rd position. So we get ready to start the second half. Luke Knutson will get it teed up on the far hash. Get ready for some more fireworks. Again, Vermillion scored right before halftime with, in fact, 2 seconds remaining. But it was mainly West Central in that second quarter. Vermillion mainly in the first quarter. What does the second half have in store for us? That was the Vermillion Booster halftime show. Knutson runs up to it, puts a boot into it, and we are underway. Welcome to the second half on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming. Derricks has a good return, getting it to the 34-yard line where he is wrestled and bent backwards and taken down by 3 different Tanagers. The Trojans will set up first down and 10. It was really the passing game from Gavin Cook. So he threw for 119 yards to kind of spreading out between 2 wide receivers, in fact. Jacob Kremschus and Braden Derricks were the only receivers to have receptions in that first half, mainly Derricks late in the second quarter. Trips to the far side. Kremschus alone at the numbers on the near side. Shotgun formation, first down and Cook as we begin the second half. A quick little wide receiver to Derricks. He tries to shuffle out of one tackle, does so, but Nick Sorensen, along with Jack Kratz, able to bottle him up for just a completion of 1 yard. Bring up second down and 9. You have to have a feeling that conversation, the halftime locker room, especially about those wide receiver screens, that West Central Trojans were able to break for a 42-yard touchdown pass close to the halfway point in the second quarter. Cook shotgun formation once again. Takes the snap, is going to fake the handoff to Zerpel. Keep it himself, bouncing out to the numbers, and continues to keep the feet moving. Gets down to about the 43-yard line. A nice pickup of 6 yards and make it a manageable third down and 2. Again, the man does not run a whole lot coming into the football game. Gavin Cook had just carried the football 20 times. So far this evening, 4 times. For 10 yards, hey, you'll take it. Again, brings up a manageable third down and 2. 10:45, third quarter. Going to have 2 running backs to either side. Then Zerpel behind him. They're going to hand it off to Maris. Maris gets hit at the line of scrimmage and pushed backwards. The big fullback got popped and had nowhere to go. Back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to bring up fourth down, and it looks like West Central offense is going to stay out there and try to convert it on fourth down. Tanger fans rise to their feet on fourth down and 1. Cook calls it out, trying to get the Tangers to jump. They don't do so. Now look over to the far sideline. Coach Hernandez is just shuffling his hands around. It means something. Cook, shotgun formation, staying at the 40, claps his hands together. He's going to hand it off to Zerpel. Zerpel puts his head down, running like a man possessed. He's got the first down and more. Picks up 2 yards. He needed just 1. First down, West Central. And the Trojans now 2 of 2. On fourth down conversions. Get the ball to the 46-yard line. Have a conversation with Gary Culver about that later, why he can't stop West Central on fourth down and short. First down and 10. 2 wide receivers split to that far side. Kremschus, the lone wide receiver, to the near side. Shotgun formation for Cook. Claps his hands together. Back to pass. He's looking over the middle, and he's going to find his wide receiver, Derricks. Derricks breaks the tackle to the 30. Cuts back to the numbers far side. To the 20, 15. Braden Derricks still on his feet. Stretches. Touchdown, West Central. Touchdown, West Central. On a big 54-yard completion for Braden Derricks. And the Trojans an extra point away from tying it up with 9:16 here in the third quarter. Braden Derricks got free in the middle, cut it back to the far side of the field, able to get past Zone Robinson and bring it across the goal line. And now Berg to tie it up with the extra point. It's a low one, and it's no good. Vermillion will keep the lead. 21-20, 9:16 third quarter after a 54-yard completion. But again, the Vermillion Tangers have a 1-point lead. We're back in 60 seconds as you're listening to Vermillion streaming on ESPN, on YouTube as well. Back in 60 seconds.
Perfect night of sleep can be found with Slumberland's Sleep Solutions Center. Stearns & Foster, Tempur-Pedic, and Sealy all featured. Don't lose another night of sleep. Stop by Slumberland of Yankton. Looking to update the family room? Look no further than Yankton Slumberland, Lazy Boy, Flex Steel Furniture, and more. All at your hometown furniture store. That's Slumberland of Yankton.
.org today.
Okay, Tanagers fans, it's that time again. Time to bank some noise for this game break with First Dakota National Bank. Give me a B for this much-needed bathroom break. Squeal with delight because your 8-hour pork ribs are ready. Throw your hands in the air because you've been sitting a while and need to stretch. Bank some noise with us at First Dakota. Open a new account online today at firstdakota.com, member FDIC.
A kickoff return for Jeremy Crow gets it back to the 17-yard line. Vermillion will set up first down and 10 right there after another big touchdown play for the West Central Trojans. And they trail 21-20, 9-16 here in the third quarter. Vermillion will take over for their first offensive possession of the second half. Here we go. What can Vermillion do to answer back the quick score of West Central to start this second half? A low snap. Kratz is going to keep it now. Pitch it to the outside. Jeremy Crow, he's going to carry it to the sideline. Get to about the 21. A pickup of 4 yards. Second down and 6. Crow and Jack Kratz have both been quiet in the running game tonight. Crow just 8 carries for 20 yards. Jack Kratz, 9 carries for 24 yards. Vermillion, they would like to get back more into the running game. We'll see if they don't try to work more of it in or if they go back to the passing game, which we saw late in that first half. Speaking of a pass, out to Sheffield along the numbers. He puts a stiff arm to Derricks. Braden Derricks is going to fight back, though, and usher Sheffield out of bounds after a pickup of 16 yards. On the completed pass, and then extracurricular activity going on with John back and forth, and there was a penalty flag that came out late. The question is, who they get it on? Braden Derricks or on Sheffield? They're going to say it's against West Central. Unsportsmanlike conduct. So the ball was at the 36. An extra 15 yards will move it past the 50-yard line. It should be at the 49. 16-yard penalty is what it's going to be. Whoopsies. They must miscounting by the refs there. Should be at the 49. They placed it at the 48. Vermillion sets up camp just past the 50-yard line. First down and 10. 2 wide receivers to the near side. Shotgun formation once again for Kratz. Back to pass. He's looking that way. Zone Robinson catches it as he gets popped in the back at the 32. Falls down. And now getting up slowly is Robinson. A completion of 16 yards once again. At Vermillion, they cannot lose any more wide receivers. Robinson's going to have to come off the field as Amy Richardson attends him. Already missing the big senior, Reese Profrock, who is out once again this week due to an injury. Hopefully we see Reese back next week for the Tanagers. 7:33, 21-20. Vermillion with a 1-point lead here in the third quarter, driving. Ball at the 32, going to be a quarterback keeper right up the middle. Quiet night for Jack Kratz, but he gets it past the 25, down to, no, they're going to mark him at the 25, excuse me. A pickup of 6 yards for the young man. Second down and 4. Again, Kratz. 10 carries for just 30 yards. That's an average of 3 yards a carry. Much different. He came into the football game averaging just over 6.5 yards a carry. So West Central has done a great job keeping him in check tonight. Shotgun formation once again. Now we'll put Crow out in motion, making it deuces wild to either side. Kratz, though, the quarterback keeper, just going to go straight forward. But again, West Central there stands up tall with their linebackers and really don't allow Kratz to go anywhere. Kratz picks up 2 yards or so. And bring up third down and a long 2 for the Vermillion Tanagers. 6:23 with the clock rolling here in the third quarter. Vermillion holding on to a 1-point lead, 21-20. Break huddle, 2 wide receivers to the near side. 2 wide receivers. Actually, it's going to be Sheffield and a tight end, Nick Sorensen, off to the far side. Shotgun formation for Kratz. He looks over to the left. Quick little pass. Almost going to be picked off there. Jumping the route was Dylan Stromer. He couldn't come up with the interception. Falls incomplete. And now on 4th down and 2, ball at the 23-yard line. Vermillion will keep the offense out there, trying to answer back the quick score from the West Central Trojans. Tom O'Boyle sends Kratz back to the huddle. Stromer still talking about how he should have had that one. Has to forget about it now. On this 4th down conversion, Vermillion trying to pick it up. Deuces wild to either side. Kratz, shotgun formation, and now a timeout going to be called by head coach Tom O'Boyle. We'll step aside. We're back in 30 seconds as you're listening to Vermillion football presented by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN 101.5 AM 1570 and Vermillion streaming.
Does it really matter where beef comes from? Meet the facts. Fact: Hy-Vee Choice Reserve beef comes from the Midwest. So you get only the highest quality beef raised on family farms here in the heartland. Where do the other guys get their beef? We're not sure either. Get the facts at meetthefacts.hyvee.com.
.602. 4th down and 2. Third quarter, Vermillion, after the timeout from head coach Tom O'Boyle, you never know. He punts the way he lines up his offense, but the Tanagers, at the 23, you know they're going for it. Deuces wild to either side. Crow, the running back to the left. A quick little pass over to Larson, and he's going to hold on to it, taken down at the 20. Head coach Tom O'Boyle wants a penalty flag on top of it. Not going to get it called, but a good reception from Connor Larson, who has taken the spot of Reese Profrock. And the receiving game holds on to the 3-yard completion and a 1st down for the Vermillion Tanagers. How about that from Connor Larson, the junior wide receiver, who hadn't caught many passes coming in this game, just 5 completions for him, or I should say 5 receptions, has now gotten 3 tonight in the ball game. 1st down and 10 for Vermillion at the 20-yard line, inside the red zone. Kratz back to pass. Now he's going to throw over to a wide-open Larson once again, who cuts it up to the 10. Jack Kratz was going to take off and run, but kept his eyes downfield and is able to find Connor Larson. And it's going to be 2nd down and short. They say he didn't quite get the 1st down. But a great heads-up awareness by Jack Kratz, the senior quarterback, keeping his eyes downfield. 21-20, 4:51, 3rd quarter. Kratz shotgun formation with Crow to his right side. 2 wide receivers to the right side. Robinson, the lone wide receiver, to the left. They're going to hand it off to Crow. Crow finding his blocker, Baylor, and Baylor, give him some credit. He pushed his offensive lineman just enough, his defensive lineman just enough to make sure Crow could get behind him and pick up what should be a 1st down. I believe they're going to measure it now. That looked like it was plenty enough for a 1st down. You kidding me? All right, we're going to bring out the 2nd set of chains, which I believe the original chains that we broke tonight, I believe those did get fixed. I think. Crazy. I've never heard of a football game being stopped because of someone breaking the chains, even more after we joked about it in our pregame conversations with Huska. And they say 1st down for Jeremy Crow. And we're never going to talk about the chains ever again either. And pregame conversations on what if we break the chains? We don't have a 2nd pair here. Ha, ha, ha. That's not going to happen. Whoops. 21-20, 4:22, 3rd quarter. Vermillion, after West Central got a quick strike to start the second half. Is trying to answer back with a touchdown of their own. Kratz, shotgun formation. Ball at the 9-yard line makes it first down and goal. Fake the handoff to Crow. Kratz up the middle, bounces it to the numbers. Touchdown, Jack Kratz! Vermillion extends it to a full 7-point lead. Extra point upcoming from the soccer player turned football kicker, Knutson. 3:59 here in the third quarter remains. Jack Kratz on a 9-yard touchdown run. It's been the Jack Kratz show as he now picks up his third touchdown of the evening. 2 in the rushing game and 1 in the passing game. A high snap pulled down, and it looks like it took a deflection, but somehow enough muscle on it from Knutson. It's good. Vermillion leads it 28-20. 3:59 remaining in the third quarter. You're listening to Tanager Football, presented by First Dakota National Bank on Vermillion Streaming and ESPN Radio. We're back in 60 seconds.
To blow a little hot air for a while, just to mix things up.
Is your old air conditioner talking back to you?
Wait, what's that? Lennox brochures? You're replacing me?
Kalen's Indoor Comfort can fix your grumpy old air conditioner or replace it with an energy-efficient Lennox system.
Just because my coil's leaking again? Oopsie.
Sounds like a job for the experts at Kalen's Indoor Comfort. Call or visit us online. When you want comfort, you want Kalen's.
Lennox. Air is life. Make it perfect.
$3.92.
Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too. For future employment, no experience necessary, we will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Luke Knutson has it teed up at the 40. He'll go all the way back to the 30-yard line. Takes a big 10-yard run up on the football and puts a boot into it where Krempschius catches it, fakes the reversal, and carries it to the outside at the numbers. Up to the 30 and finally wrestle down at about the 33-yard line. West Central will take over first down and 10. We knew we were having fireworks coming into this game. And all the billing, all the hype that went into this and what it could be has lived up exactly to it. And with 3:51 remaining in this third quarter, West Central looking to strike right away. Again, their first offense possession resulted in a huge 54-yard touchdown on a wide receiver screen to Braden Derricks. We'll see if the Trojans can make it happen once again. 2 wide receivers split to either side. Cook in shotgun formation on first down and 10 for the Trojans. They're going to pass it out to Zerpel on the running back screen this time. Completion of 4 yards. The first time Zerpel has caught it tonight. Bring up second down and 6. Give a huge nod of the hat to Coach Chris Hernandez, who has changed up this West Central offense from a traditional running team to a passing team so far this season, and has done an amazing job coming from California out to South Dakota and what he's done with this Trojans team. Fake the handoff by Cook, and Cook will keep himself, get right up to the line of scrimmage. He'll pick up 6 yards. That's enough for a first down. But go back to Hernandez. Coach Chris Hernandez decided to make the move to California. Him and his wife always wanted to retire somewhere in the Midwest. His wife said when she was traveling to Wisconsin that she liked South Dakota when she went through it. Decided to make it their home and look forward to a great battle between these two teams for plenty of years to come as well. First down and 10, back to pass is Cook. He scrambles over to the near side, keeping his eyes downfield, and now tries to throw it, and there to knock it away is Nick Sorensen. Nick Sorensen was covering Justin Zerpel, and either had to commit to covering Zerpel or come up and try to get the sack. He went up, decided to make the sack, and Cook said, okay, I'll just throw over you. But Nick Sorensen puts up the big right arm and says, that's not going to work against me. Falls incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Again, ball at the 44-yard line for the West Central Trojans, who have slowed it down just a little bit with their high-octane offense. Deuces wild to either side. Now a little quick corner route. It's going to be caught, curl route, caught for the first time by the tight end, Owen Heath. And Heath, a 5-yard reception, brings up 3rd down and 5. Big thanks to Aaron Dodd, our studio engineer back in Yankton. Suki Ford back once again with us last night after she was gone last week, having her theater performance along with the Vermillion High School. Heard they did an amazing job with the Crucible they put on last week. One in motion, Zerpel. Wide receiver, though, pass back to Jacob Kremchis, and he can't hold on to it. Oh, he had a look. Had a great look. Just hold on to it. Plenty of space to pick up a first down, not able to do so. Can't glove it in, falls incomplete. And on 4th down and 5, the Trojans are going to go for it. Not quite past the 50-yard line. 2 wide receivers split to either side. Cook, shotgun formation. Claps his hands together as he always does. Looks back over to Coach Hernandez. Looks down at his left wrist. Shouts out something. Again, 2 wide receivers to either side. Back to pass is Cook. Quickly over to Owen Heath. And Heath comes up with the completion of 7 yards and a first down. Back-to-back completions to Owen Heath. And West Central past the 50-yard line down to the 44. They'll set up 1st down and 10, 1:35, 3rd quarter. Tanagers lead it by 8, 28-20 over West Central. And again, looking more time for the play call for the Trojans this time. Trips off to the far side. Kremchis, the lone wide receiver on the near side. Fake the handoff to Zerpel. They want to get it over on the Derricks to the wide receiver screen. He completes it, then takes a pop near the head. Completion of 4 yards. 2nd down and 6. For Derricks, that was his eighth reception, of the night. Gavin Cook, that was his 20th pass as well. He's completed 15 for 194 yards. 2 wide receivers to either side once again. This time they're going to hand it off to Zerpel. And again, Vermillion has been waiting for that run all night long. Zerpel, nowhere to go. 9 carries for him tonight for just 28 yards. 3rd down and 5. Ball just beyond the 40-yard line. 23 seconds with the clock rolling. West Central guaranteed one more play here in this 3rd quarter. And get ready for an exciting 4th quarter. Deuces split to either side. Cook, shotgun formation, looking over to the far sideline. Hits Derricks right at the 35, and Derricks gets enough for a first down before he's pushed backwards. Whistles come in to stop it. There's also a penalty flag back down at the 48-yard line, right where Cook was. I believe it's going to be a chop block. No, a penalty against the Vermillion Tanagers. Roughing the passer is what it's called against the Tanagers. So a completion of 7 yards to Derricks, and then also add on another 15 for roughing the passer. Will move the football all the way down to the 17-yard line inside the red zone now for the West Central Trojans. And with 3 seconds remaining after the penalty, the clock is going to roll once again, and the Trojans will not get it off in time. That's the end of the 3rd quarter. But West Central looking to strike as we move to the 4th quarter. Vermillion 28, West Central 20. 12 minutes to decide this one. Maybe. The 4th and potentially final frame comes up in 60 seconds on Vermillion Streaming and ESPN Radio. Don't go anywhere.
hard isn't for the weak-hearted. You're the first one to punch in and the last one to clock out. Every project, every day. Your hobbies are no different. Miles of scouting, hours of planning, one split second with everything on the line. Can you trust your equipment? Work or play, Runnings has the gear you need to be the first one out there and the last one to leave. The farm, the field, or even at home, Runnings has what you need.
An experienced crew that works.
Let's be real. You have a business to run, people to pay, money to make, and a life to balance. Good thing you also have First Bank and Trust. With our cash management solutions, you can issue payroll, accept payments, and manage cash flow, all while tapping into some of the best fraud prevention tools available. When managing a business is easier for you, so is managing a family. First Bank and Trust. Real banking, real easy. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Here we go. It's the start of the fourth quarter. West Central inside the red zone, trying to even things up against the Vermillion Tanagers. First down and 10, trying to get a screenplay over to Jacob Krempschus, falls incomplete. Gavin Cook took off scrambling to the left side, then all of a sudden spun around and threw it back over to Jacob. Doesn't get anywhere close to Jacob though and falls incomplete. Cook, 201 yards in the passing game tonight. Vermillion leads it 28-20 the start of this fourth quarter. 3 seconds have eclipsed already. Again inside the red zone, second down and 10, ball at the 17-yard line for the West Central Trojans. Two wide receivers split to either side. Shotgun formation for Cook. Takes the helmet, high snap, looks over to the far sideline, and, the far numbers. It's going to be completed to Zerpel. Zerpel, the completion. Pickup of 2 yards down to the 15 and make it now third down and 8 for the West Central Trojans. Again, the Trojans in 4-down territory. It doesn't matter at this point, trailing by 8. 30 seconds now gone into this fourth quarter. Two wide receivers split to either side. Shotgun formation for Cook. He's looking over the middle. He's now going to step up, take off, and run, and he's going to be met, keeps on his feet inside the 10, and finally taken down at the 6-yard line. Picks up 9 yards on the carry. And it's going to be a first down for West Central. First down and goal, ball at the 6. And again, the Trojans looking to score early in this fourth quarter. They would need to go for a 2-point conversion, but first they just need to score. They'll bring in their big package with Heath and Maris, the two running backs to either side. Zerpel, the fullback behind Cook. They're going to go to Zerpel. Zerpel up to the 5, and he's going to be wrestled down right about the 4-yard line. A pickup of 2. Make it second down and goal for the West Central Trojans. Again, the Trojans, they'll take all 4 plays trying to punch this one across the goal line. Both these teams have a lot of two-way starters. Definitely know both teams are starting to get tired. You knew, though, it was going to come down to this fourth quarter. The big package in once again. And now it's going to be Maris who's in motion. They're going to hand it off to Zerpel. Penalty flags come flying in. You have to believe it's going to be illegal formation. 1, 2, 3. Yep, it's going to be illegal formation or illegal shift on the West Central Trojans. Move it back 5 yards. It will remain second down. Spot the ball at the 9. I think every single official threw their flag except for the back one who's standing right above the pipes. So second down and goal, ball now at the 9-yard line. Cook is getting an explanation from the white hat on what they did wrong. Says, okay, works for me. They'll switch up their formation. Back to the traditional 2 wide receiver sets. Zerpel, the running back, on the right side. Shotgun formation for Cook. Fake the handoff, and it's going to be a completion over Jacob Krempchis, and Krempchis is able to get to the 4-yard line or so. A lot of confusion on who actually had the football. Cook had to throw it low to get it to Jacob. It's a completion, though, of 5 yards. Brings up, though, 3rd down and goal, ball at the 4. Again, it's 4-down territory for the West Central Trojans. Get the play call in from Coach Hernandez. Trips showing to the far side with Gage Nelson, the lone wide receiver on the hashes. Now one in motion is Braden Derricks. They want to get it to Derricks. Derricks knocks over one linebacker coming through on his route. They fire to Derricks. He completes it for a touchdown. And West Central strikes with 8:58 remaining in the ball game. Braden Derricks went in motion, moving from the far side to the near side, and just got to the goal line and just ran the tracks. Gavin Cook knew who to look for and able to get the touchdown. And now Coach Hernandez wants to use a timeout to think about the 2-point conversion, where the Trojans, they needed to tie it up. Right now, Vermillion leads 28-26, 8:58, 4th quarter. Another touchdown, the 3rd passing touchdown of the night for Gavin Cook. And just think, his first pass of the evening was an interception. He has since turned it around, throwing for over 210 yards, as I mentioned, and 3 touchdowns. So impressive what Cook has been able to do after throwing that first interception of the football game. Here we go, the 2-point conversion on the way. West Central trying to tie it up. Vermillion, finally they break from their sideline. They're late taking the field, trying to hold the Trojans on this 2-point conversion. Shotgun formation for Cook. Trips to the near side. Now puts Derricks in motion once again. They look over the middle, and it's going to be deflected and knocked away by Jack Kratz. They were trying to get to their tight end. Owen Heath falls incomplete, and Vermillion will continue to hold on to the lead, 28-26, 8:58, 4th quarter. You're listening to Vermillion football on ESPN, along with Vermillion streaming. We're back in 30 seconds.
Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion, they strive to provide the highest quality patient-centered dental care in a friendly, relaxing atmosphere. Knutson Family Dentistry works hard to provide the best cosmetic, general, and emergency dental treatment in the area. With over 50 years of combined dental experience, the latest dental technology, and a professional and compassionate staff, they're your top choice for dental care. Call for an appointment at 605-857-8008. Knutson Family Dentistry of Vermillion.
Activities Association
is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
It bounces at the 1. Oh my goodness. Took 2 bounces and then bounced in to the end zone. Oh, Crow had to go chasing back after that. Him and Robinson started running up the field thinking he was going to go through the back of the end zone, or I should say across the goal line, and it just took an awkward bounce. That would have been huge for West Central. That would have bounced their way. But unfortunately, is that an indication of how the luck is going to go tonight? Still plenty of time. 8:58, 4th quarter. Vermillion will take over 1st and 10 for just their 2nd offensive possession of the 2nd half. West Central has scored on both thirds. Jack Kratz a low snap, and before we even get underway, Zone Robinson took off early at the number's far side, push it back 5 yards. Bring up 1st down and 15 after the false start. Again, this game is also running slightly behind a lot of other games in Class 11A and across the state of South Dakota. We'll see if we can't get you some score updates as a couple of games have gone final, including Madison takes down Del Rapids 35-7. And now a score update. Something has gone awfully wrong here. Dakota Valley and Sioux Falls Christian are tied at 14 apiece with 1 minute left in the fourth quarter. So somebody from earlier reported a score wrong. Hey, it happens. The fans can update the scores with the South Dakota South Dakota Scores app, and it looks like something got reported wrong. And now a delay of game on the Vermillion Tanagers moves them back another 5 yards. It will be first down and 20, ball at the 10-yard line. Wowzers. Vermillion is all of a sudden shooting themselves in the foot. And they haven't even called a play yet. 28-26. Here we go. First down and 20. Crow in motion. Makes Kratz the lone guy in the backfield. He's going to take off. He picks up a yard. 2, give him 3, in fact. Bring up second down and 17. And other games that have gone final in Class 11A. Dual gets the win over Sisseton. 42-0 there. Also, St. Thomas is all over Belle-Fourche, 28-0 with 8 minutes there in the third quarter. Also, Canton got the win over Chamberlain, 35-7. Lee Deadwood beat Custer, 26-6. On second down, 17, back to passes. Kratz is going to find his wide receiver, Sheffield, but Sheffield can't hold on to it. Then he gets popped from behind. Again, falls incomplete. So it'll be third down and 17 for the Tanagers upcoming. Barely any time has ticked away here, even at the midway point of the fourth quarter, 8-18. Other quick score update, Millbank is beating Webster area, as in fact Millbank will get the win, 41-3. And Lennox is Lennox and Tri-Valley play tomorrow. And on third down and 17, trying to hit Zone Robinson over the middle, falls incomplete, and Vermillion will have to punt the football. On fourth down and 17. 8-14 fourth quarter, 28-26. Jack Kratz standing at the 5-yard line. It's a low snap. Kratz has a hard time picking up, finally does, and puts a good boot into it. It bounces at the 48, and Braden Derricks is going to return it up to the 45 and down to the 42. West Central will set up in Tanager territory, looking for a lead here as they trail it by 2 points, 8:04 fourth quarter. And now do you start to think about the clock and how this plays a factor? You have to think no for Coach Hernandez. Right now you're just worried about scoring if you're the West Central Trojans. 28-26, 8:04 fourth quarter. Two wide receivers, trips to the near side. Back to passes, Cook on the wide receiver screen. Gets it to Derricks, and here comes Jack Kratz. Jack Kratz says, you know what? If I can't get it done with offense, I'll get it done with defense. They wrap up Braden Derricks in the backfield. A loss of 3 yards on the reception. Second down and 13. And again, if you're West Central, you still have to score, or at least get in field goal range. With a leg like Tommy Berg, they can certainly take advantage of it. Deuces wild to either side. Now Cook will look over to the far sideline. Look back down to his left wrist. Call out a play. Look to pass quickly over to the far side. It's going to be bobbled up in the air, and who came down with it? It falls incomplete. Loose ball. What was that? They say it was caught by Jacob Krempschus, then fumbled between the two, and going to be picked up by West Central or fallen on top of by Jacob Michaels. You can't have that. No way was that ever completed enough to be a fumble. They eventually get together. The officials say that falls incomplete. Jacob Krempschus, along with Sheffield, were fighting for the football. That cannot be a completion there. Both of them were fighting for it as they came down to the ground, and all of a sudden the football got loose and started rolling away. It has to be an incompletion. They get it sorted out, 3rd down and 13. They do say it's incomplete, so you cannot call that a fumble, a completion and a fumble, as neither one really had it. On 3rd down, West Central trying to pick up a 1st down. 2 wide receivers to either side. Cook looks back to the far sideline. Now looks down at his left wrist. Still calling out something to Braden Derricks on this near side at the hashes. Cook takes the snap. He's looking downfield. He's going to go for the deep bomb, trying to get to his tight end, Owen Heath. Heath collects it, then has it knocked away by Ty Hertz, as Hertz somehow has snuck back in on me. A safety who has not seen much action tonight due to a deep bruise in his left arm was cleared to play tonight, breaks up the pass intended for Heath, and it will be 4th down and 13. Looks like the punt team is going to come on for the West Central Trojans. Vermillion still leading, 7:01 remaining in this 4th quarter. Again, the Trojans spread it out. Zerpel standing at the 48. Puts a good boot into it, and it's going to take a couple big bounces and roll through the back of the end zone. Vermillion will set up 1st and 10 after the touchback at the 20-yard line. And again, same scenario goes for head coach Tom O'Boyle. You do not want to play this clock scenario and say, all right, let's just try to run it out. There's way too much time. Over half the 4th quarter remains. You're just worried about scoring right now. In fact, if the Tanagers could score and tack on the extra point, it would make it a 2-possession game. The Tanagers, they have to score a touchdown. The field goal game does not exist for them. We saw that last week against Del Rapids. Here we go, 1st down and 10. Ball at the 20-yard line. Jack Kratz will be in shotgun formation with Crow to his right side. 2 wide receivers to the near side. Back to pass. Over to his tight end, Nick Sorensen. Sorensen shakes one tackler, and he's going to get it up past the 30, down to the 32-yard line. It's a completion of 12 yards. And again, Sorensen, his actual first completion this season in the game of play. We saw him complete a 2-point conversion earlier, but finally has his first receiving yards. And again, Sorensen started off this season as the right tackle for the Vermillion Tanagers. Baylor has since taken that spot, and Sorensen becoming the tight end. Shotgun formation on 1st down and 10. Kratz is going to have a quarterback keeper. He just goes up the middle, to the hashes on the near side, gets it to the 35. A gain of 3 yards or so. Bring up 2nd down and 7. And now we are halfway through the 4th quarter. 28-26. Vermillion a 2-point lead over the West Central Trojans. 2 wide receivers to the near side. It's going to be another quarterback keeper by Jack Kratz. He tries to get up, and he's going to have it pop loose. The football comes loose. Fumble, Jack Kratz. West Central is on top of it. Jack Kratz thought he was down. They say it's a fumble. West Central will take over, 1st down and 10. Kratz was bottled up and spun down to the ground. His knee, though, never touched. And West Central kept ripping at the football and were eventually able to pop it loose. And now the Trojans will take over, 1st down and 10. Ball at the 38-yard line. 5:45 4th quarter. Again, the Trojans are looking for their their second lead of the football game. Back to pass is Cook. Quick wide receiver screen to Braden Derricks. He breaks one tackle, but Nick Sorensen is going to cover him up. Never take him down, but stop the forward progress. A gain of 1. Make it 2nd down and 9 for the West Central Trojans. 28-26. Vermillion with just a 2-point lead over the Trojans. And West Central continues to use more of the clock, continue to take their time. You go back to the 1st quarter and how quickly they were running of up-tempo. And even more confusion. Gage Nelson, I think, on the near numbers here for wide receiver that doesn't even know what the play is right now. Can take him out of the game. Cook, back to pass. He's got pressure, just steps up and throws it and completes it to Zerpel. Somehow Cook from the grave going down to the ground, just throws it, completed to Justin Zerpel. And Zerpel picks up 8 yards. And there is a penalty flag back at the 50-yard line. Who is it going to be against? It looks like it's going to be against the West Central Trojans. What the white hat was showing, but he's walking over to the far sideline of Coach Hernandez saying, we'll take it. Have not gotten a clear indication yet from the white hat on what the call is. The conversation looks like, oh, if we take it, what does it look like? If it's, well, again, still no clear indication. Or if Coach Hernandez disagrees with the call. Here we go. It's going to be a face mask on the Vermillion Tanagers as they were trying to take Gavin Cook down on the sack. I believe they're going to take it from the line of scrimmage and wipe away the pass play. Still confusion and plenty to be sorted out, as I don't think the officials really know what's going on at this point. Now head coach Tom O'Boyle is going to get an explanation. So they're going to wipe out the pass play, take the accidental face mask, and make it, instead of 3rd down and 1, make it 2nd down and 4, ball at the 32-yard line. So Coach Hernandez decides to take the play over the yards. And head coach Tom O'Boyle is still getting an explanation. 4:49, 4th quarter. That was a lot of confusion there. Head coach Tom O'Boyle is still showing his frustration. Everybody's lined up like we're about to run a play, but we're missing 2 officials. Here we go. After all the messiness and penalty flag is sorted out, again, it will be 2nd down and 4. Ball at the 32-yard line. Coach Hernandez takes the down instead of the yards. 2 wide receivers split to either side on 2nd down and 4. Gavin Cook, shotgun formation. Takes the snap, looking downfield. Has pressure once again, just lobs one up, trying to get to his tight end, Owen Heath. He bobbles it, and Ty Hertz comes in from behind, intercepted. Ty Hertz with a bruised arm was cleared today to play football. It comes up in one of the biggest ways possible for the Vermillion Tanagers. Owen Heath went up at its highest point, tried to pull it down. It tipped off of his fingertips several different times, and the ball hung just long enough for Ty Hertz to come up with the interception. Vermillion will take over, 1st down and 10 at the 25-yard line, 4:42, 4th quarter. And again, Vermillion with just a 2-point lead would like points here. Make it a 2-possession game. Put this one to bed. Shotgun formation for Kratz. He just tries to take off to the near numbers. The blitz was that way. And taken down in the backfield, Jack Kratz, a loss of 2 yards, 2nd down and 12. And again, both teams and both fans, I know plenty, are tuned in around the state of South Dakota and around the world, all wanting certain ways for this one to go. We knew we were in for a treat. That's exactly what we've gotten. 2nd down and 12. Ball at the 23-yard line. Low snap. Kratz has to pick it up. Quick little pass over to Sheffield. Sheffield tries to break one tackle, and he gets past Braden Derricks, but Logan Maris is able to help out and then try to attack the ball, strip it loose. Can't do so. It's a completion of 7 yards to Sheffield, and bring up now 3rd down and 5 for the Vermillion Tanagers. West Central coming in ranked 3rd in Class 11A, Vermillion 4th. According to the media, both teams were tied in 3rd for seed points. And of course, that's what matters for playoffs. 3:20, 4th quarter. Vermillion a 2-point lead on 3rd down and 5. 2 wide receivers split to the far side. It's a high snap. Kratz pulls it down. The blitz is on. Fires it over to his tight end, Nick Sorensen, who completes it for a yard, if that. And it will bring up 4th down and 4. And the West Central Trojans looks like they'll have at least one more opportunity to take the lead and win this game inside the Dakota Dome and extend it, the streak, to 22 years if these two teams avoid seeing each other in the postseason. Again, West Central has not lost to Vermillion in 21 years. Right now, they're facing that streak coming to an end. On 4th down and 4. Jack Kratz standing at the 24-yard line. Get ready for the pooch punt. Here it comes. It's a good punt. It's going to go all the way back to the 28, where it's caught by Braden Derricks. He turns upfield, breaks by one tackler, and is going to return it to about the 44-yard line. West Central will set up there. 1st down and 10, 2:16, 4th quarter. Buckle up. Here we go. The Trojans have 2 timeouts remaining. This has to be for the ball game. What do the Trojans have on offense? What's left in the tank on defense for the Tanagers? 1st down and 10 for West Central. 2 wide receivers split to either side. Cook shotgun formation, standing at his 39-yard line. Looks back over to the sideline for Coach Hernandez. Calls out something. Now communication with Zerpel. Now shouts out something to his wide receivers. Still communication. The clock is ticking. Finally, back to pass is going to be Cook. He throws it over to Jacob. The pass is low, falls incomplete. We saw Vermillion in the same scenario a week ago against the Del Rapids Couriers. 33-28 Couriers, and the last 2 minutes had the football, were able to drive it down the field, but were not able to score. And Vermillion just trying to hold on once again with their defense. 2:12, 4th quarter. 2nd down and 10, shotgun formation. Once again for Cook with trips to the near side. He's going to take off now as the pressure gets near. Turns it upfield right at the 1st down marker. He picked up 11. Gavin Cook, who hasn't used his feet much, in fact, coming into this game, had carried the football 20 times for just 33 yards, has now carried it 8 times for 38 yards for the West Central Trojans. He got out of bounds, which stops the clock just past the 50, down to the 45-yard line. 2:04, 4th quarter. Right now, momentum the way of the West Central Trojans. Shotgun formation once again. Standing at the 50 is Cook. He looks quickly over to his tight end, Owen Heath, who completes it at the 39. A completion of 6 yards. And bring up now 2nd down and 4. With the completion, the clock rolls. 1:45 and moving. West Central has to be aware of that clock as well. Again, they do have the field goal game. You have to remember that with Tommy Berg, their field goal kicker, who has missed one, a 31-yarder, back in the 2nd quarter. Back to pass, and this is going to be deflected at the line and flutter incomplete. But right now, I can tell you, unless Berg has a leg of 49 yards, my goodness, that'd be crazy for high school. It's not something really heard of. That's what's kind of lined up right now. A 49-yard attempt. But right now, all you have to worry about is picking up a 1st down. West Central has 2 downs to do it. 3rd down and 5. Deuces wild either side. Back to pass is Cook. The pressure's there, and he's going to get sacked. Sacked down at the 47-yard line. It's a loss of 7 yards, and on 4th down and 12, Coach Hernandez has to call a timeout with 1:19 in this 4th quarter. Excitement has turned to desperation for the Trojans, for the Tangers rising to their feet. Carter Skogsberg, who has stepped up in the past few weeks, was in there to take down Cook along with the Fairholm brothers. 28-26, 1:19, 4th quarter. It's 4th down and 12. Ball at the 47-yard line. This could be ball game. Vermillion trying to hold on once again with their defense. Coach Hernandez said after we lost against Lennox in week 1, 21-20, we have been practicing for this exact moment right here. What do we have left in the tank? Head coach Tom O'Boyle has brought his Tangers from unheard of underdogs to being 4th ranked and ranked in Class 11A for the first time in a long time. And the drama will extend as Vermillion does not have the right personnel on defense. And they'll burn a timeout. And again, Tanger fans, all of them that are inside the Dakota Dome are on their feet. West Central fans, a majority of them have rose to their feet. They know what this moment means. 28-26. If you're tuning in on ESPN Radio, Vermillion streaming, you've missed one heck of a ball game so far. And this could be the conclusion right here. 4th down and 12 upcoming. After West Central uses a timeout, the right personnel not out there on defense for Vermillion. They have to burn a timeout. West Central sends out their offense. Vermillion, along with defensive coordinator Gary Culver, remain in a huddle at the 40-yard line. Finally break it. Here we go. 4th down and 12. The Trojans will come out with trips to the near side. Jacob Krempschus will be alone at the numbers on the far side. Standing at the 48 is Gavin Cook on 4th down and 12. West Central, they keep their hopes alive of winning. Back to pass, the home run ball. Trying to get to Justin Zerpel, and it's going to be knocked away. Knocked away, falls incomplete. Avery Lewison never turned around. He just stuck his hands up to heaven and said, here comes the football. I hope my hands are in the right spot. They are. Vermillion is going to end a 21-year streak of West Central Trojans winning, and Vermillion is going to make it 3 games in a row. And in a slight upset seeding-wise, the 4 seed is going to beat the 3 seed. West Central is going to fall to the Vermillion Tangers, as Tangers, all they need to do is take a couple kneel downs and celebrate a win at home. And again, this is coming from a Tangers team. Shotgun snap, and Jack Kratz, a quarterback keeper, is going to run with the football. So showing the kneel downs. Coach Hernandez is going to burn a timeout. But again, you talk about both these two teams, the stretches they've had to go through. The West Central Trojans, they've had no easy task. Canton last week, Vermillion this week, Madison next week, T area to end their season. But then you talk about the Vermillion Tangers after opening up with 2 victories on the season against Sisseton and Chamberlain. They lost to 1-2, Madison and Canton. That have to go on this streak of beating ranked opponents week in and week out. And that's exactly what Tom O'Boyle, first-year head coach, and his Tangers team has done. And after a burn timeout, 28-26, 105, 4th quarter. It's been amazing to see what this Vermillion team has been able to do. Back out there, I believe, now I'm not quite for sure, I don't keep track, I believe West Central is out of timeouts, or do they have 1 remaining? It's not on the scoreboard here inside the dome either. Kratz, all by himself, is going to take off running, and he's just going to quickly fall to the ground as he gets to the 47-yard line. And now, 55 seconds and ticking, Vermillion should be able just to run out the clock. And I really don't think the Tanagers understand the moment right now, that they're able just to go with the kneel down and get the victory. And now Tom O'Boyle is saying, guys, just go kneel it down. We got this. Our conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle is coming up on the First Dakota National Bank halftime show. Kratz is going to go in shotgun formation once again. Again, he can take it underneath center. I don't understand why he's not. With 22 seconds, Vermillion. Just a clean snap. Kratz just has to go to the ground. He will do so. And Vermillion, Tanager fans, rise to their feet. If you could only see this right now, Gary Culver, Tom O'Boyle give the biggest embrace on the near sideline, and Vermillion ends a 21-year losing streak to the West Central Trojans. Your final score inside the Dakota Dome, 28-26. Mark it in the books. October 8th, 2021. It's been since the year 2000 that Vermillion last beat West Central. And give all the credit in the world to this West Central Trojans team. Coming into this game, you knew it was going to be a dogfight. You knew both these teams were going to give everything they had, and that's exactly what we got to the last second. And you couldn't have asked for a better football game inside the Dakota Dome. Vermillion is able to hold on 28-26. And one of the biggest things that comes to my mind is you go back to the end of the first half. With 33 seconds, Vermillion takes over, needing to go 69 yards for a touchdown. You could just went into halftime trailing and been okay with it and regroup the troops, but Vermillion instead decided to try to move the football down the field. And with 2 seconds before halftime, we're able to strike. And in the end, they get a win, as these two teams are going to meet one final time. And the middle of the Dakota Dome, as some of the high school students have started to take the field. But one last embrace. And I don't know what's going to happen. Of course, still plenty of weeks left to go in the regular season. Still 2 more weeks, I should say, the regular season before postseason. I don't know if either of these two teams would ever want to see each other again. The only way you'd want to see each other again is if it's for a championship. Because these two teams gave everything they absolutely had. And again, Vermillion gets the win inside the Dakota Dome. Your final score, 28-26. Conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle to break down this game, talk about the emotions, and how Vermillion is able to get the win. That's all coming up, a part of our First Dakota National Bank postgame show. We'll have our final statistical numbers, as well as take a look at scores from around the state of South Dakota. That's on the way in 3 minutes. Excuse me, let's make it 2 minutes here on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, KVTK.com. And if you're watching on Vermillion streaming, stick around. We'll have our postgame coming up as well. Don't go anywhere.
Sean Brady and the crew at East River Properties and Storage have been at Vermillion, supporting the Tanagers since 1975. Congratulations on your academic and athletic achievements. East River Properties and Storage has openings available. Simply make a phone call or stop by the offices, Eastgate Plaza, 844 East Cherry Street in Vermillion. East River Properties and Storage get great reviews. You'll find that Sean and the crew to be very helpful. Go Tanagers, have a great season. Enjoy the broadcast, made possible in part by East River Properties and Storage, Vermillion.
Hi, I'm Bruce Kalin from Kalin's Indoor Comfort. This year is a huge milestone for us. 100 years in business. Wow. Back in 1921, my grandfather Jacob started the business, and then my father Sid. For 100 years, we have made it our mission to help thousands of homeowners with their heating and cooling projects. We consider our customers part of the Kalin's family and look forward to the next 100 years. When you want comfort, you want Kalin's.
Vermillion punts don't always know what a tanager actually is. They just know that it must be tough. At the Vermillion Federal Credit Union, we find that many people don't actually know what a credit union is. We of course tell them that we are like a bank, except we are not-for-profit and member-owned, meaning profits are returned to you through less fees and better rates. So start saving by becoming a member of the Vermillion Federal Credit Union today. Member NCUA.
Todd's Electric, your full-service electrical contracting company. Todd's Electric services residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. From the simple service call to the most complex design building project, Todd's Electric has the expertise to do it right. Todd's Electric, helping you control all things electric, except for lightning. Todd's Electric. Go Tanagers.
This one was billed as the game in South Dakota. The one to watch. If you want to see the best game in the state of South Dakota, this was going to be one of the ones that you want to see tonight. And it lived up exactly to that hype between West Central and the Vermillion Tanagers. And Vermillion, they end a 21-year losing streak, including the postseason, as they get the win tonight against the West Central Trojans, 28-26. And if you're a follower of the Vermillion Tanagers, they do it in an unorthodox way. Recently, it has really been the running game that has gotten it done for the Vermillion Tanagers. But tonight, it was the passing game of Jack Kratz, and more importantly, the defensive stance of bending but not breaking for Vermillion. You look at the passing game tonight for Jack Kratz. He goes 16 of 22 for 161 yards and 1 touchdown. Now, Jack Kratz did get done with his feet, but not the biggest of ways either. Just had 17 carries for 47 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns along the way. Jeremy Crow, he was also held in check tonight, carrying the ball 9 times for 21 yards. So in total, you talk about less than 75 yards in the rushing attack for the Vermillion Tanagers, less than 200 in the passing game. But again, their defense comes up with turnovers when needed the most to get the win over West Central. For Gavin Cook, he threw an interception to open up the football game. Jack Kratz came up with the interception. But after that, he really just kind of took over. And he just came alive and got 214 yards in the passing game, along the way going 21 of 29. Again, for 214 yards, threw for 2 touchdowns. And also, in the running game, it was held in check as well. Justin Zerpel, just 9 carries for 28 yards. Logan Maris carried the ball just once for 2 yards. And Gavin Cook, a man who came into this game having less than 33 yards on the running attack, finished with 38 for the ball game. But again, it was Gavin Cook who did a lot of it with his arm tonight for throwing for over just 200 yards in the passing game. But again, the Vermillion Tanagers, they get the victory 28-26. And going back into this football game, it was really a tale of 2 different quarters for the Vermillion Tanagers. For both teams, I should say. And that first quarter, it was all Vermillion, as they had momentum, scoring just 1 touchdown on a Jeremy Crow run, his first rushing touchdown of the season, making it 6-0. Then Vermillion added an early touchdown in the second blocked extra point, making it 13-0. But then after that, West Central dominated in the second quarter, including a couple big passes, and including that 1 touchdown pass from Cook to Derricks of 42 yards. Then that lone rushing touchdown for Logan Maris made it 14-13 with 38 seconds before halftime. And I go back to it. Vermillion could have just ran out the clock, went into halftime trailing by 1, 14-13. But we decided, or I should say, head coach Tom O'Boyle decided to say, no, we're going to try to score. and with 2 seconds remaining in the half, able to strike, get a 2-point conversion, and Vermillion held that lead 21-14. Now, West Central came out right away in the third quarter and was able to get another big touchdown pass from Cook to Derricks of 54 yards. The extra point was no good, making it 21-20. Vermillion responded back with their own touchdown right after the West Central score on a Jack Kratz 9-yard touchdown run. Extra point was good, making it 28-20. And then West Central able to move it down in the fourth quarter, able to strike back, making it 28-26. And on the 2-point conversion, were unsuccessful, trying to get a pass to Owen Heath that was knocked away by Jack Kratz. And that's when we saw these two teams trade their final punches. At the end, Vermillion comes out on top, 28-26, getting that victory over West Central. Tanager students were held off the field, as they have to be held off the field here at the Dome, so the players are just by themselves, kind of wondering where all the fans are at. You can definitely be certain that they are waiting right now outside the Dakota Dome. We're going to step aside and see if we still can't catch up with head coach Tom O'Boyle, as once again Vermillion gets the win inside the Dakota Dome, 28-26. Our conversation with head coach Tom O'Boyle, brought to you by Blaine's Body Shop, is coming up here in 2 minutes on ESPN 101.5 AM 1570, along with Vermillion Streaming.
Make Runnings Vermillion your main store for tools, home improvement, sporting goods, clothing, footwear, and animal care. Runnings offers weekly specials that you can access on your phone or computer. Check Runnings' Facebook page for live event specials throughout the year. Runnings Vermillion puts service to customers as their top priority. You have questions? Get the right answers from the staff at Runnings in Vermillion, your home, farm, and outdoor store. Proud to support the Vermillion Tanagers. Runnings Vermillion.
So what do you see in your future? Buying the perfect home with a big oak tree? Watching your child graduate from college? Or finding more time for hobbies during your retirement? Whatever your future holds, make sure you talk with the Farm Bureau Financial Services agent. Together, we'll create a plan that's right for you.
Call Farm Bureau agent Debbie Profrock in Vermillion at 605-624-3011.
It's your future. Let's protect it.
A new building project has been something you've wanted for a long time, or thinking about updating the home but don't know where to begin? AMS Building Systems in Vermillion is the right place. From custom homes, commercial buildings, and in-home designs, it's all about keeping it local. In fact, AMS has their own team of carpenters and utilize many local subcontractors. Visit amsbuilding.com to get your next project started today and check out their completed work.
Larry here with Larry's Heating and Cooling. We know you work hard for your money. Prices for natural gas and propane are on the rise. We have a cure for that. It's cash for clunkers. If you have an old Energy Hog furnace, trade it in. Save up to 50% on your utility bills. Combine that with manufacturer and utility rebates and you'll be in hog heaven. For more information and financing, call Larry's Heating and Cooling, 665-9461.
This is the First Dakota National Bank postgame show here on ESPN 101.5 AM 1570, KVTK.com. Also still streaming with Vermillion Streaming. We have seen a lot of the players come out of the locker room and make their way out of the dome to the bus. Have seen plenty of coaches as well, but the main coach we are looking for, we have not seen head coach Tom O'Boyle emerge from the locker room yet. We'll keep it right here and see if we can't still connect with him. He said after the Lennox game, when he missed out on catching up with me, he said, "I'll never let it happen again, Heath, I promise." Uh-oh. I'm going to hold him to his promise as of right now, as we have still plenty to break down here on the First Dakota National Bank postgame show, including scores from around the state of South Dakota. Let's go through it. We'll begin in Class 11 AAA. Plenty of action there. Sioux Falls Roosevelt got the win tonight against Sioux Falls Washington, 40-27. O'Gorman down Rapid City Stevens, 62-14. Also, Harrisburg dominated Rapid City Central 62-12. Brandon Valley all over Mitchell 54-0. And Sioux Falls Jefferson and Sioux Falls Lincoln will meet tomorrow 6 o'clock at Howard Wood Field. In Class 11 AA, it was Pierre that got the win over Watertown 52-42. And other scores, Brookings beat Huron 42-14. Spearfish beat Douglas 24-6. Also, it was T-Area that continues their dominance in Class 11 AA, getting the win 42-20. And Yankton beat Sturgis Brown 48-7. I have found head coach Tom O'Boyle. It's not looking good. He's not walking this way. And scores from Class 11A. Sioux Falls Christian beat Dakota Valley 21-0, and missed score information from earlier. Madison beat Del Rapids 35-7. And other scores from the state of South Dakota: Canton beat Chamberlain 35-7. Vermillion beat West Central 28-26 right here inside the dome. And also Millbank defeated Webster Area 41-3. In Class 11B, it was Beersford over Baltic 28-0. Sioux Valley took down Flandreau 48-14. Elk Point Jefferson over Bridgewater Emory Ethan 38-21. And other scores from Class 9 AA. Florence Henry got the win over Elkton Lake Benton 34-20. Also, White River beat Jones County 50-0, and also Timber Lake beat Faith 52-0. All right, we're going to step aside again for 2 minutes on the First Dakota National Bank postgame show, and we'll see if we can't yet get a hold of head coach Tom O'Boyle. That's on the way yet on ESPN 101.5 AM 1570, KVTK.com, and Vermillion Streaming.
Need a new set of tires? Look to Carlson's Body Shop in Beersford. How about some accessories like WeatherTech floor mats, access roll-up truck covers, bed liners, remote car starters, and thousands of other products. Hey, you can look at everything at your convenience online too at carlsonsbodyshop.com. No wonder the song says,
Bring it down to Carlson's Body Shop, your complete car care center.
Whether you're in the market to purchase a new home, or your family is growing and you need to sell your existing home, or you're a student moving to an apartment, Dakota Realty and Property Management has home listings for families as well as apartments. Being locally owned and with over 150 years of combined experience, they have the connections to find the home that will fit you. Go to Dakota Realty and Property Management at 125 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, because they like what they do and they will work for you. Dakota Realty is a proud supporter of Vermillion Athletics.
The Vermillion Medical Clinic has an ongoing mission to provide the area with a quality health care and convenient access to medical professionals. It is time for the fall sports season, and with that, unfortunately, can come injuries. At the Yankton Medical Clinic, Dr. Kudera brings orthopedics and sports medicine care from Yankton to you. You can expect the highest level of care found in major cities and hospitals across the region right here at home. At the Vermillion Medical Clinic, you get so much care, so close to home.
Peterson Machine in Beersford is your full-service quality John Deere dealer. From the latest John Deere combines and tractors to lawn equipment you can count on, Peterson Machine in Beersford will bring you the best value for your dollar, along with professional service and parts to keep you going. Check out the big selection of used equipment as well. Need a hard-working farm hand? Peterson Machine also carries a full line of Polaris ATVs and UTVs ready for the toughest jobs. No matter what the job, Polaris keeps you going. Check the full inventory at petersonmachine.com.
Oh, this is not a good situation. Not a good situation whatsoever. I see him. He picked back up his bags. Uh-oh. He's walking out of the dome. I was hoping he had a cell phone on him. It did ring. Last time it was off. But head coach O'Boyle is heading the opposite direction of the broadcasting area. I don't think we are going to catch up. Oh, he made a turnaround. He just turned around. We'll see if he remembers me now. He's did another spin around here. He reached in for his pocket here. We'll see if maybe we can't still effort him. We do have the capabilities with this broadcasting board to get a hold of head coach Tom O'Boyle. We'll see. It looks like he's looking down at his phone. Here comes a phone call. Okay, we're going to answer this phone here. We're going to hit this button and bring this button over here. Coach O'Boyle, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can. Let's do it.
Did you get any more text messages on what was going on?
Wow. Just unbelievable.
Coach, walk us through. I want to go back to one specific scenario. Late in this football game, or I should say late in that first half, you decide to not let this clock run out. You decide to go for a touchdown, and you score late. What comes with the decision there of going down the field and trying to score before halftime instead of just going into the locker room trailing by 1?
You know, we had such great field position, and our kids were able to get on the ball and clock it. And we still think that we should have had a little more time on the clock than what we did. But the coverage, they were content with going man to man and nobody over the top. And time again, Mackay or Clayton or Zoe Robinson have been so good at one-on-one that Jack was very accurate tonight, and we thought we'd take a chance. And, you know, it worked out great for us.
It certainly did work out great for you. As you mentioned, able to score right there before halftime. Coach, you knew coming into this game as well it was going to be a dogfight, leading it 21-20 at halftime. What did you say to the guys in the locker room at halftime to make sure you finished off this football game?
Well, we really worked on some adjustments in the run game that we thought we'd be okay with. And West Central did such a good job defensively against us, taking the quarterback away from our run game, that we knew that their coverage, they were going to, you have to give to get. And so they gave us the short passing game, and Jack was accurate, and our kids caught the ball, and we were able to get 5 and 6 yards of crack, moving the ball down the field. And West Central was, they were okay with just tackling us for first down. So, your scheme changes so much during a game due to circumstance and what the scenarios are that Sozo's very proud of our kids to be able to shift gears on the fly, beat a heck of a football team, and show the rest of the state that, we've now separated ourselves from the scrum of good teams. And now we have to go to work and beat the Tri-Valley team, but it'll sure be nice being at home.
Yeah, it sure definitely is going to be back here inside the Dakota Dome coming up next Friday. Coach, before I let you go, and I know you have other things, you're getting plenty of coverage right now, but describe not just your feelings, but this whole entire team. We talked last week after the Del Rapids victory. This was such a community win, not just a team win, but now being here back in the Dome, getting this kind of win against West Central. What does this mean for the team, and what does this mean for the town?
Football wins are community first, and the young men that bust their keisters during the week and do such a great job preparing each and every week certainly sets the stage for that. But I imagine that Coach Fry, the principal at the high school, and Coach Huska, the assistant principal and AD at the high school, will have, it's just a good environment when you show up and you're winning. And we've talked a lot about, Coach Drake started this parade with the marvelous basketball season we had. Track did a good job, and wrestling did a great job, and then Coach Heisinger's baseball team was special this summer, and and it's our turn. And so to be 5-2 after having played 5 out of 6 games on the road early, and taking a look at what is in front of us, we certainly want to be 1-0 every week, and we know that our kids are getting reward for how hard they work, and we'll go back to the drawing board. And we've got to be a running team, Heath, as you know, and that area of the game came up short, but boy, did our pass protection hold true. So very proud again of the O line and what they do, and all of our kids. And, it lost in all this mix, Heath, are the guys that don't play on Friday night to get your team ready to play on Friday night. And so there's a huge shout out to our freshmen and JV kids that bust their tails during the week and give us the look of the opponent and allow us to come out on Friday nights to be successful. So, you're as good as your last man, and our underclass, our JV team, if you will, are extremely important to, why we're 5-2 and the things we're doing.
Coach, I couldn't agree with you more when you talk about the scouting team and what they're able to do. Coach O'Boyle, roll damn Tanagers. Let's go enjoy this one, all right?
Atta baby, roll damn Tanagers. Let's go to work.
There he is, head coach Tom O'Boyle here on the First Dakota National Bank post-game show as Vermillion celebrates a huge victory tonight over the West Central Trojans. Coming into this game, I mentioned it was both teams 4-2 on the season. Both are ranked tied for third when it came to seed points, and if you win this game, you help out your seed points. For West Central, it probably would have helped out more for them if they would have won, because you look at this remaining schedule, it only gets tougher for the West Central Trojans. They have Madison along with T area to wrap up their season, and Vermillion Tanagers are back home right here in the Dakota Dome for the next couple of games, where they take on Tri-Valley and also Dakota Valley, two teams that Vermillion most certainly cannot overlook. But you have to say this much. On a Friday night, with the atmosphere, with the bill of this one, you have to take a few hours to enjoy this victory as Vermillion takes down another ranked opponent slightly above them, the West Central Trojans, 28-26. If you're a Tanagers fan, let this one soak in. And let's just end this conversation right now. Vermillion at 5-2 has locked up a spot in the postseason. Where? Now that is up for a couple more weeks of discussion and how games play out. But it is official. Vermillion is going to be making the postseason, and if they continue to keep winning out, we'll make it 3 into 4 games being played in a row here at the Dakota Dome. And head coach Tom O'Boyle told me at the beginning of the season, Heath, the main goal for this team is to be playing in November. And right now, the way this Tanager squad is, that is definitely a realistic goal. Big thank you to Suki Ford, who ran the video tonight. Big thank you to Aaron Dodd, our studio engineer. One final time as they clean out the dome and get ready for college football right back here tomorrow as USD takes on North Dakota. The Vermillion Tanagers in high school action are celebrating a victory, 28-26. Until next Friday, back here in the Dome at 6 o'clock. You've been listening to Vermillion Football on ESPN 1015 AM 1570, KVTK.com, and Vermillion Streaming. I'm Heath Nimke. Have a wonderful rest of your evening.
It's me, Heath Nimke.